Loneliness is the coat you wear, a deep shade of blue is always there. The sun ain't gonna shine anymore, the moon ain't gonna rise in the sky, the tears are always clouding your eyes when you're without love, baby. Emptiness is the place you're in, with nothing to lose, but no more to win. The sun ain't gonna shine anymore, the moon ain't gonna rise in the sky, the tears are always clouding your eyes when you're without love. Lonely without you, baby.
Snowflakes from the sky, bells are ringing high. Now it's Christmas time.
It's Christmas time. Outside your window, it's windy and snowing. The candles are sparkling and the gifts are flowing. Longing, waiting, expectations. Yeah.
Santa, I've been so totally kind. I never had a dirty thing on my mind. Santa, darling, oh you're so fine. I wish that you were only mine.
Ding dong, it's a Christmas song.
Let's celebrate, let's give our love. Now it is Christmas around the world. Together with friends, we're sharing this moment. Now it is Christmas time. Snowflakes from the sky, bells are ringing high. Now it's Christmas time.
It's Christmas time. Morning to midnight, there's a passion within. Close to the fire, I warm your frozen skin. Kissing, candy, decorations. Yeah.
Santa, I've been so totally kind. I never had a dirty thing on my mind. Santa, darling, oh you're so fine. I wish that you were only mine.
Ding dong, it's a Christmas song.
Let's celebrate, let's give our love. Now it is Christmas around the world. Together with friends, we're sharing this moment. Now it is Christmas time. Snowflakes from the sky, bells are ringing high. Now it's Christmas time.
Yeah.
Everybody report to the motherfucking dance floor with they motherfucking drinks, they wet ass pussies, they big fat asses. And them big brown titties with them pepperoni nipples. Cause I'm coming for you. What the fuck?
Stop touching things.
I got bitches all on my dick and every day, sucking on my balls, licking on my balls. Bitches, they know. Stick it in that booty.
This is a tough business to run for president.
I know, you're a tough guy, Jeb.
And we need to have a leader that is principled.
Tough.
You're never going to be president of the United States by insulting your way to the presidency.
Let's see, I'm at 42 and you're at 3, so
Doesn't matter.
far I'm doing better.
Doesn't matter.
So far I'm doing better. You know, you started off over here, Jeb. You're moving over further and further.
Thing
You know,
to
it's
solve the
one
problem.
at a time.
Doesn't
You,
do
it
a
sounds
thing to
more-
solve
You
the
go
problem.
So right after his little speech, he walked over to me and gave me this little tortoise and said, "Slow and steady wins the race." So.
I do have a bunch of turtles.
I got the little baby Jesus, got my rosary beads, and I got 3 turtles.
All right, one more. Turtles is the last one.
Why are you guys obsessed about the turtles?
I am obsessed with this
Huh? They're gone. I gave them all out today.
Where do they come from?
Are they sea turtles? They're sea turtles. There's a guy in New Hampshire who didn't come today, but he came for the first town hall. He gives me my stash every time I come up here. Gives me a... Huh?
It's William Gannon, right?
To get back in the business of creating a more peaceful world. Please play.
I didn't want
fact
to,
is-
excuse me, 1 second.
No.
I
The
didn't
simple
want
fact
to
is,
get
you cannot take...
more energy tonight. I like that. Look, it was my...
That's it? Thank you. You're kicking me out the door. You're kicking me out the door.
Governor, thank you very much for joining us today. I believe much for joining us today. I believe your schedule has a hard stop.
The best news of the day was my mom finally told me that I was her favorite.
Oh, no, I didn't. You mean of all the children?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
No one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you broke. Your love life's the always. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. When it hasn't been your day, a week, a month, even your year. But I'll be there for you when the rain starts to pour. I'll be there for you like I've been there before. I'll be there for you 'cause I'm there for you too.
Come on, It be the same cats that wouldn't listen to my demo. Now want they ass in my limo, cause now I'm a sex symbol. Intercontinental, LA airplay, just like Jay Leno. Now all the labels out wanna send a memo. To do a remix, y'all, but may say NO. Figure once I make it, they'll fake it. And ain't nobody show me love when I was naked. And when they threw my tape in the trash, I laugh. Now nigga tape on blast, I laugh. Figure as days pass, make more cash, and I push everything from me to H class. 4 years ago I couldn't go to a show. I was standing on the corner selling dope for dough. Now I no longer hope I blow. Smoke my drove on a yacht, nigga. Fuck a boat that roll. Get money with me. Get money with me. Don't stop. Bad boy.
Hi, everybody. It's me, Ethan Van Sciver. This is Comic Artist Pro Secrets, and it's a beautiful, beautiful Friday evening. Happy to share it with you. I hope you guys are having a nice time. How are you? Hi, guys. Let me see. Sinisti says, if you get offended by something, there's a little X in the corner of your screen that solves the problem quickly. Yes, and that X is Twitter. That's the new Twitter. Go over to Twitter and take a look at my timeline. I think that's the best thing that you could do. Past Mastodon says, sober, Van Sciver. Sober as a judge. Hi to all of you. Wow, McMuffin Mr. Fox says, what did you do this time, fatty? Just, here's the thing, guys. And by the way, welcome to the show, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate everybody who arrives early. You guys are the best. Thank you so much for watching my videos lately. I'm putting up some videos and putting up some numbers, too. Not bad at all. Here's the thing. All I do is speak the truth. I speak candidly. I speak with candor and directness. And you know what? The Philistines don't have to like that. There was a man a long time ago who stood up in front of the people, and he said, listen, I'm going to tell you a bunch of things that you don't necessarily want to hear. They're all true, and it's all about your future. It's all about, your destiny, as it were. I'm going to tell you all these things, and you know what? He did tell them, and they hated him for it. I think of this guy all the time. I compare myself to this special, holy man. I think of myself. I think about what he went through. This is what happens. You get targeted for telling the truth to people. You talk to the people directly. You say, this is the way things are. And you know what I mean? Like, I am the path forward for your destiny. And they crucified him. They crucified this person. The person is Senator Joseph McCarthy, of course, who I have a nice autographed picture right up there. That's Senator Joseph McCarthy. They called him a witch hunter. They lied about him for decades and decades and decades. I got to compare myself to him. He told people the truth. And they didn't want to hear it, and thus, what are you going to do? This is why we're in the state that we're in right now. There were witches. See, that is the thing. There's no witch hunt when the witches are real. Pig Riser, thank you for joining the channel. I appreciate you. So we've got a bunch of stuff going on tonight. We're going to look at some stories, and then we're going to have a little Christmas fun. We're going to have a little Christmas excitement. We're going to do something that we haven't done in a little while. We are going to do some Christmas in television tonight. I think you're going to enjoy what I've chosen to show you guys. Drawing for Fun and Profit says, McCarthy was about 50 years too late. Yeah, it's true. What is this? Destiny's getting a divorce, though, says 21. I saw that. Well, good. Maybe he'll learn a lesson. Maybe cuckery isn't the right path. Being a cuckold, not the right way to conduct your marriage, I would say. Ho, 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 everybody. Ho, ho, ho. All right, let me see. Never let Patrick T appear on your channel. Thanks, the chat. Oh, I won't. Patrick T, of course, is blocked, and, he will not be appearing on the channel. He doesn't like that he's blocked, but that's just the way that it is. Andy Montemayor says, hey, Ethan, I loved your Spider-Man Steve Ditko video. Thank you very much. That's doing really well. Here's the thing, I really kind of just decided that I got to make these videos because I know more about the comic book industry than a lot of the people who are making videos about this topic and topics like it. I think I want to kind of give people a little bit of information. And that hopefully that'll make all the videos better. And people can learn from me. F Patrick T, unblock Patrick T, never take the cuck pill. All these things are of varying importances. So thank you for watching that video. Got a bunch of stuff to look at. First of all, we've got your boy Zach, who is going off on Heidi McDonald. Heidi McDonald is the kind of the target of me right now. I'm targeting Heidi McDonald. I think Heidi McDonald has made herself sort of the the focal point, the entry point of a lot of the SJW infiltration of comics. I think she did that way back when. I pointed it out in a tweet that I put out there, which is getting major heat. It's getting everybody upset, which is how I know, once again, that I'm right. When every one of these SJW fucking cucks is retweeting me going, I can't believe how horrible this man is. He's so terrible. Thank God he's not working at DC anymore. Yeah, right. Thank God I'm not working at DC anymore, and I'm only enriching myself. You guys don't understand. Ever since I left DC Comics, it's been fucking a sleigh ride straight to hell. And I'm right about everything all the time. And you know what? So was Dan DiDio. But Dan DiDio just didn't have the agates to say, shut up, bitches! That's what he should have said way back when. Standing up there at the pulpit at Comic-Con, you got Heidi McDonald and all of her fucking witches standing up going, why aren't you hiring us? Why aren't you hiring us? He should have just said, shut the fuck up, bitches! Sit the fuck down! We don't hire unqualified people! What do you think this is, Betty Crocker? We're not hiring you! We're hiring men who know what they're doing, who know how to make comics. That's what we're doing. We're hiring people who know how to write comics for our primary audience, which is men, and it will always be men. Ladies, you don't buy comics. You don't. Some of you do. Understand, when I say ladies, you don't buy comics, I mean most of you don't. There's some ladies in this chat and they'll go, but we do. Yeah, you do. Now leave your house. Go anywhere in the world. Line women up and ask them. Get 100 women and say, how many of you guys buy comic books and enjoy superhero fantasies? You know how many are going to answer you? Yes, me? Seto. The percentage of women who actually enjoy comics is infinitesimal. It's tiny. Men, on the other hand, all of them. You could say, do you like Spider-Man? You like Superman? You into that? Yeah, sure. You like Star Wars? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I like Star Wars. Okay. Whether or not they're big obsessive fans or not, they're different. Men are different than women. This is the fight that we've got to have with these fucking bitches. They don't care about storytelling. They don't care about the thing that you like at all. They just want power over it. Why? Mostly because they hate you. Mostly because they really dislike you. You can see that they dislike you by the way they talk about you online. There are some women, and it's important to point out, because they'll sit there and they'll answer me when I sit there and I say things like, hey, look, the biggest problem, you want to know when this all happened? You want to know when everything kind of went downhill? Dan DiDio, 2012, standing up, and I think it was C2E2, it's one of these shows. And he's just answering questions about Nightwing and whether or not Nightwing is going to die. The answer should have been yes, immediately. But no, you got Heidi McDonald standing up going, when are you going to hire more women? And not just Heidi McDonald, all of the bitches that kind of orbited Comics Alliance and Rich Johnson, all of the creeps, all the bitches that are on Twitter right now bothering everybody, stealing from Bill Willingham, all the people like Alex DeCampi, maniacs like that. Oh, when do we get to work here? When do we? Why? We're women. We should get to work here. Well, what have you done? I mean, if you got like indie books that show success, you're naturally interested in writing superheroes the way that superheroes have always been written. Fuck no! We write books about tampons. That's what we do. We write books about scissoring each other and our menstrual cycles. We write personal memoirs and illustrate them. Well, can you write, I don't know, Superman or Batman? Can we make Superman and Batman us? Listen, you need to hire women, Dan. You need to. There's only 1%. 1% of your company is female right now. That's 1%. Dan should have said, that's 1% too many. It's too much. Start firing, laying off some of these freelancers. No, instead he said, okay, you buy into this bullshit that like women and men are the same, and that's a problem. That is a problem. That is the cancer that begets all the rest of this. They're not. We're not the same, and it's good. It's so good. Thank God. I don't want Andrea to be like me. She listens to me screaming in the basement. She's like, what are you, nuts? She's upstairs watching the Hallmark Channel. That's what she likes. I want her to like that. She watches those home fixer-upper shows. That makes me happy. I'm really glad. She says things to me like, hey, did you like those drumsticks I grilled out for you? Were they? Yes, I did. I love your cooking. I love it. Awesome. You want to come down and look at what I'm drawing? She's like, not really. That's a happy marriage. Perfect. It's exactly the way things should be. She does actually want to look at the stuff that I'm drawing. I'm just kidding about that. Being Nice says, thank God he stopped yelling. I thought it was as Vince. Here's the difference. I don't yell at you guys. I'm yelling in general. I'm yelling at the world until they start to figure out that I'm right all the time. So anyway, I tweeted out something very important. Most of the things that I tweet these days are important. This is what's making them crazy right now. And I don't understand it because it's a simple truth. And if this were any other period of time in which, we recognized mentally ill people as a society, we knew they were mentally ill, and we just ignored them, then what I said would be just accepted as truth. And there wouldn't be a problem here. But no, unfortunately, there is a problem because we we can't do that now. That's not the world that we live in now. We're all trying to deceive ourselves that human beings are some like hermaphrodites and they're interchangeable. Men and women are interchangeable kind of strange creatures. Oh, you could be a woman, like you'll wake up and have a vagina. Men can have babies. And no, they can't. They can't. Men and women are no, they're not. Women do not like the same things. Most women do not like the same things that men like. And in fact, if women come in and bring their influence into men's spaces, they're going to kill. It's a cancer. They're going to kill the thing that they infest, unfortunately. And vice versa. Men shouldn't really go into women's spaces either and ruin the things that they like. Although I'm about to. I'm considering doing it now, just out of spite. Here's where we are. Heidi McDonald says, I have a thought experiment for you. This is retarded. Heidi, you're a retard. Imagine if a retailer made a video about a comic that they really loved and they wished more people would buy an order. Just imagine if that happened. Guys, just use your imaginations for 1 second and just, I don't know, I mean, this is a crazy idea. Imagine people making videos about comics that they like, okay? Because that's obviously not happening anywhere. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's talking about the comics that they like. What if they did? What if they did? Wouldn't everything change? Everybody is doing that, Heidi. People talk about things that they like all the time, but you see, the things that we like are being destroyed by people like you. Would you share it the way you do the negative ones? See, the negative stuff, people are going, yeah, something's wrong, something's wrong, something's wrong. But you know what else everybody is sharing right now? Reviews of Godzilla -1, and none of them are negative. Everybody's talking about Godzilla -1. Everyone loves it, and everyone's talking about it. It's not just that negativity gets shared and negativity goes viral, although it certainly does, especially when it's funny and true. It's just that this is something that everybody knows is true. And they all realize that. And there are some people who are coping and gaslighting and trying to keep the ruse going, but most people are waking up to it right now. Largely, right now it's happening because of retailer Glenn from the Temple of the Sacred Comic Book Palace. Glenn, you have become Jim Jones to our community. You have become as L. Ron Hubbard to this sacred community. You, my friend, the temple, the holy sacred temple of the people of the Comic Book Palace in Massachusetts. Oh, man. You, Glenn, you started this gangster shit. And this is the motherfucking thanks you get. Glenn comes out and he just says, look, a lot of weird shit's happening in comics. People are acting, these characters that we've known for years are not, they're acting like the writers rather than, it's called female brain, Glenn. That's correct. Now you bring that to people's attention, you scratch the surface of that problem, and then suddenly you're going to have this kind of a reaction from these kind of fur parents. You've got fur parents talking about, they've got fur babies and they're talking about, they're trying to gaslight, they're trying to pretend that, like, this is just a real big problem that makes no sense, that people are just obsessed with negativity, etc., etc. But the truth is, Heidi McDonald is an interesting individual. 12 years ago, Heidi, 12 years ago, you badgered Dan DiDio. This is interesting. Hold on, let me look this up. Dan DiDio, women in comics, Heidi McDonald. I could hear from Heidi McDonald herself, I guess. I mean, yeah, she wrote an article about it at the time. Yeah, what happened with the... let me see if I can get this to pull up. I hope she doesn't delete this evidence. But she wrote this. Glenn, hold on a second. This is important, guys. Those of you who are willing to turn over your lives to Glenn. Glenn is my David Koresh. Thank you. 200-watt studio. Yes, we got to actually form a... we got to turn the comic book palace into a compound, an armed compound. We got to keep outsiders out. Glenn, ladies and gentlemen, the holy Glenn. Hey, could you guys, those of you who make memes, could you take Glenn's face, especially if you could pull images from that video, because those videos, like the image of his face in those videos are going to be the most triggering, and please start to make cult-like images of Glenn as like some kind of cult prophet, some kind of cult leader, and send them to me. Glenn from the People's Temple of the Comic Book Palace. Amen. Let's get that stuff going. Let's get those memes out there. We have an opportunity to trigger people. We got to make that happen as soon as possible. Let's face it. Thank you for the super chats. He's our Charles Manson. Let me see. That makes 2 Patricks banned from this channel, says Christopher. 2 Patrick T. Well, we've got 3 Patrick T's. We got Patrick T, we got Patrick Tomlinson, and then Party Time. All 3 of them aren't going to visit this channel. True Believer says, make Harmadillo happen, Pie Man. Why don't you do it? I mean, it's your idea. D's new writers misunderstand men being into Spider-Man, says 200-watt studio. 100% correct. Thank you. I'm glad that people are listening. Mark DeMuth says, hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing, Mark? Welcome to the show. By the way, those of you who are not accustomed to sending super chats, there's a little $sign button there. You can send a message that I will read. That's the deal with super chats. The deal is that it doesn't matter what you write in there. I have to read it. So even if it's like, shut up, you fat homosexual, I have to read it. You know, it's like, that's the key. But if you have commentary, you want me to read it aloud, share it with the class, write it as a super chat. You're tipping the show. You're supporting the channel. And you're making things more fun. Life is Good says, for example, for $10 says, was miffed. I haven't received my Rec Planet second, but after I bought a dinged version and seen how beautiful it is, I'm mostly happy to wait a little. It's just stunning. The best art I've ever seen. Now hurry up. Yeah, I had the boys send out another 100 packages today, big packages from Second Chance Rec Planet. So you should be getting yours soon. I think they're down below 300 orders now. I think 290 something orders still have to go out, but they're the big orders, and a lot of them require autographs. So I got to go in on Monday, start autographing some stuff again. It drives me nuts. You don't know what it's like. I'm signing my name. Like, I understand why celebrities' autographs look like shit now. I didn't understand before. I'd be like, what is this? My autograph used to be used to be very careful. You know what it is now? Take that book away. Bring me another one. When you're signing tens of thousands of autographs, I mean, it really is crazy. It's ridiculous. And that's what these celebrities are doing. They're just, all right, it's got to take 2 seconds or less. Insane. 200-watt studio says, Glenn sold me purple tennis shoes. It's Heaven's Gate with Marshall Applewhite. Glenn is our Marshall Applewhite. And that's just the way it is. Where was I? Well, let me catch up with you guys. Ethan signs with hatred, says Chris Ramler. It's just hate now. No, it's with love. I'm doing the best I can. I got to get stuff out faster than... All right, so anyway, here's what I said. Here's what I says. I says to the I says to the lady 12 years ago, you badgered Dan DiDio into allowing more women into DC Comics. Most women don't know how to write. No, look at this. Emphasis, most, okay? Most women don't know how to write comics for its primarily male audience. They believe male power fantasies are sexist and stupid. Who is going to argue with me about that? You crazy lunatics. You're going to sit there and tell me that you haven't spent the last 10, 15 years calling superhero comics stupid and sexist? And their attempts to write superhero comics reflected that. And here's where we are today. Retailers are going out of business and shuttering their doors. A lot of this is your fault, Heidi. I can see why you're so defensive and why the gaslighting must carry on. Here's an article that Heidi McDonald wrote at the time. Vintage article. Here's poor Dan DiDio, right? Hold on. Let's take a look at the stage here and see who's on the stage. Let me blow this up. This should be good. Is Shane Davis there? No. But you know who this is? This is Eddie Berganza. He's laughing. You got Dan DiDio. I don't know who that guy is. Is that Ron Mars? Who is the guy sitting next to him? Could be Ron Mars. There's Eddie Berganza laughing. Is that Ivan Rice? I don't recognize any of these people. But this was back in 2011. I should recognize them. I just don't. Scoop, what really happened at the infamous Dan DiDio hire more women incident by Heidi McDonald. So here you go. Oh, so you admit it, do you? Okay, by now you've all heard about how the topic of women... Now, this was back in 2011, back before... This was when comics were still good. This was back during the New 52, when comics were actually selling. The only comics I care about are techie amphibians, says Jared Barnes. Oh, Jared, I have a comic book about techie amphibians. It's called Cyberfrog. Maybe you'll like it. It's like a busy genre. Techie amphibians. I understand it's a crowded genre, but I do have a comic book about techie amphibians. By the way, welcome to the chat. We got 960 people watching on a Friday night. That's interesting. Cars in Depth for $5 says, Jackie Stewart has a clear and elaborate autograph. He says it's an honor to be asked for one. The recipient should get something worth getting. What an asshole. I mean, who's Jackie Stewart? That's wonderful. I agree with that. I think that's probably true. True Believer says, I may do it, but I just think Armadillo would fit in with your world, EVF Slow. You'd rock it. Love you. Hey, thank you. Appreciate that for $5. Armadillo. Fat Shane is fat. Oh, that's right. Shane would have been morbidly obese. Let me take another look. I'm looking for skinny Shane. That is Shane right there. That's Fat Shane. Fat Shane, Fatso Shane is on the stage right there. That's interesting. Sitting right next to Eddie Berganza. One person over from Eddie Berganza. How cool is that? Oh, and I think that's John Romita Jr. sitting all the way at the end. Why would he be... Oh, because was he about to do Superman? Fascinating. These are good times. All right. Working in superhero comics and women geeks, but that's another post, was the talk of the town at Comic-Con. At each of the daily DC New 52 panels, a woman dressed as Batgirl would ask about more women characters, what characters her daughter should dress as, and more, to an increasingly hostile reception among other attendees. There's nothing more on this woman and her reception on the internet, but we'll get to that in a moment. How about this? How about I don't care what your daughter dresses as? There are plenty of female characters. Who cares? All right. Who cares about that? What a question to ask Dan DiDio. Skull Cop, 3 cheers for you. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Appreciate that. Skull. You know. Who cares? Like, what a question. Like, what should my daughter... There should be more women in... Oh, really? Okay. All right. I was only able to attend one DC New 52 panel. It was the first one on Thursday, but that one's got a particular soundbite spread all around the internet. DC has made their panels available as podcasts, and I guess if you're... Okay, who cares? First panel was a hot ticket everyone thought would be where the most sparks flew. I attended the panel with our very own first-timer, Ali Colosio. Here's another villain. Line was humongous. I really didn't think we'd get in. Ironically, we were standing only 2 people behind Rich Johnston. from Bleeding Cool, who was busily posting and taking phone calls even while standing in line. That guy worked his ass off at the con, for sure. What an asswipe. As Ali and I chatted, we got into a conversation with a man standing in front of us who managed a store in Burbank called Emerald Knights. He introduced himself, gave me his card, blah, blah, blah. All right. Of course, I asked him what he thought of the relaunch, and he was generally positive. However, he said, I'm concerned that they've gone from 12% women to 1% women creators. Dan DiDio! What a great guy. Dan DiDio. Amazing. So Dan DiDio was actually actively cutting the poison out. He was cutting the cancer out from DC Comics at the time. He recognized that 12% female creators were too many, and most of them were like Mark Waid's former girlfriends. So they had to go. You know, hey, you shouldn't like be able to get a job in comics by blowing Mark Waid, you know. But that was kind of the case for a little while, I think. That's what it seems like, allegedly. Out of here. Fired all of them. Cut the fat, as it were. Cut the fat asses. Cut it down to 1%. And that 1% should have been Louise Simonson. Perfect. True. Dan trying to shut him up. Oh, Dan he did the best he could, guys. He really did. All right. I allowed that I was surprised to hear a man saying this, as it usually seemed to be the female element that was complaining. Jason told us that his wife is a writer, and he sees getting more women in the business as part of growing it. Clearly a man of vision. Oh, no. He just wants to get his wife a job writing comics. His wife is a... Yeah, who isn't a writer? Everybody's a writer. I think more women should work in comics as writers because my wife is one. Oh, I see. As long as there's no conflict of interest. 1% the real fantastic ratio. Yeah, but it's true because, hold on, Jake CB says, damn it, but Mark Waid said he would. Did he get you? What the hell has happened to Ann Nocenti's writing, says Pork Hunt. I don't know. I haven't read it in a while. Is it not good? I don't know what she's doing. She took a job writing for High Times magazine about marijuana. Just because your wife writes Twilight fan fiction on Tumblr doesn't make her a writer. If you read what I wrote, you must be in a weird... Wait, if you read what I wrote, you must be in a weird place. Mad respect for writing for High Times. Lol. Yeah, I like that too. All right, we're approaching 1,000 people watching now. 1,000 people coming in here. Yeah, I like that. I was like, wow, she writes for High Times. That is pretty based. It's not for me. Marijuana never really worked for me. The wacky tobacco. I was never able to really get high. Just once. When we got into the room, few seats remained, so Ali and I and Jason all sat at the far left of the room. Panel began. You can read my live blog here. Ali and I both had our laptops out taking notes, so we're writing, and then this happened. Of course, Jason, who yelled out, hire more women, comment. And the 12 to 1% statistic. Dan DiDio runs a pretty aggressive panel, but the badgering tone that came out of the transcripts is clear in the audio. Jason didn't have a list of people to be hired at hand, so he didn't answer right away. What you can't tell from the audio is the first person to suggest a name was Rich Johnson, who yelled out, who? Alex DeCampi. Rich, have you gotten your, like, has she touched your dick at all? Have you gotten anything out of this? Why is Rich Johnson so interested in Alex DeCampi? He's a really nasty person. All right, let me see here. Here's what Dan said. We're just trying to hire the best people. And then Dan, wait. We're just trying to hire the best people. Heterosexual men. Jason just pops in to say, I just want to say you're still the best. Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. I love Dan firing. He had 12% of his talent were women, and he fired them so that there was only 1%, and then he just said, we're just trying to hire the best people. Oh my God, that's beautiful. 0 PP touches. None. Oh God. Hire more women, they say, but they do not know what a woman is. So they thought to themselves, retards are women? Maybe. How do you, say, hire more women and not know what women are? And then I saw red. I'm sure I sounded really screechy, but at this point I couldn't keep my mouth shut and I blurted out, but the best people are women! Dan turned to me and said, I know that, and we are trying. Whoa, my goodness. See, you see how this all happened? Some of the best people are women. Dan cornered himself here, really. He wasn't at all as confrontational in this private moment as he was on the panel, but to his credit, it wasn't really the place for a long conversation, so I left him to talk to Jason. Free to chime in with any of his thoughts on the incident, using emotional blackmail to try to get his wife, a fake writer, a job at DC Comics. She's a woman, so she deserves the job. Dan repeated a variation of, we're just trying to hire the best people line on several panels when confronted with the women question. So it's pretty clear that this is his standard line. Now, maybe it means the best people for the book, no matter whoever they are, but it also sounds like he's saying we are hiring the best people who are only 1% women. Yeah. The thing I don't understand is why Didio is so actively hostile to questions about female creators. Consider a couple of other ways the conversation could have gone. Question, are you committed to hiring more women? Answer, yes. Cheers from the audience. I sit down. Oh, man. Poor Dan, dude. Poor Dan. You see this and you just see what he went through with this whole thing. He's just like, Dan knows instinctively. He just kind of understands that it's like, no, not really. It's like most of our audience is male. Most of the most talented creators, most of the people who are making the books that sell are male. We hire some women and they're not very good. And they cause trouble. And all these things. Well, are you committed to hiring more women? No, we're committed to hiring the best people. Simple as that. And then everybody had to come over and sort of virtue signal, I want women. I want women. By the way, look at this. J.K. Rowling is a prime example of ignoring fan requests makes material stronger and keeps them on the hook even longer. J.K. Rowling, who is now a transphobe, etc., etc. Mr. Didio, tear down those walls. You say you want a new audience? Prove it. Okay, there it is. So this article was written in 2011. And Dan Didio did indeed kind of succumb to this emotional blackmail, this stupid idea of hiring more people, just advantaging more people based not on their qualifications, but on the fact that they were women. Hire more women. There's no other way to really look at that. What do you mean hire more women? How about if I hire the best people? Well, the best people are women. Factually, no. Not true. It's just not true. But now, since we've got a bunch of people screeching at me, I guess now I'm going to have to give an artificial advantage and an edge to creators who are trying to get work at DC Comics because they are female, whether or not they're actually the best person for the job. If they were the best person for the job, do you think if J.K. Rowling wanted to work for DC Comics, for example, that Dan Didio would say no to J.K. Rowling? He would hire J.K. Rowling. He would. J.K. Rowling proved herself. She was out there making little gay wizard books. People liked them. The reality of the fact is that Dan was trying to hire the most qualified people, the best people for the job of writing superheroes for a primarily male audience. Now, the other thing that had to happen is we had to change the material so that we would, quote unquote, invite in. This happened directly after this. All this stuff happened on top of each other. I remember this. I remember being like, this is weird. What are you guys talking about? Well, Ethan, they'd say to me, they'd say, don't you think that the comics that we're putting out are a little sexist and slanted towards male interest? And I'd say, I don't know if they're sexist, but they're definitely slanted towards male interest because that's our audience. Yes, but imagine if we made the comics, if we sought to get more women to read the comics by making them less sexist. Don't you think that would be great? And I'd say, what? And they'd say, no, Ethan, listen. This is what they do because they knew I was a Republican. This was before they were going to call me a Nazi. They said to me, Ethan, here's the thing, and I want you to just imagine, because you're a Republican, you like money, you're a capitalist, so certainly you're a guy who cares about, the bottom line, right? I'm like, well, you don't? You don't care about the bottom line? It's me, it's just me that cares. Okay, it's just me that cares about the bottom line around here. Great. Well, Ethan, here's a fact for you. 50% of the world's population is female. I'm like, if we made comics for more than just men who are just half of the population, if we made them for women too, we double our sales. That's so fucking stupid. We double our sales, and that means more money, and that's capitalism, Ethan. That's the whole thing. That's what capitalism is, and I know you appreciate that. Certainly you're on board now. And then you just kind of go, guys, I don't know if you've met any women, but they don't like comic books. I know that you see a few of them here at these conventions, and maybe you see a lot of them. You'll notice that either they're sitting next to their boyfriend, who's a complete nerd, and they're here as a favor to him. Here's the situation with women at these conventions. There are a lot of them. They came with their boyfriend or husband, okay? Or they're dressed like whores as cosplayers. Sorry, ladies. And they really just came to show off. They don't really read comics. They don't buy comics. They just think that Janet Van Dyne's Wasp costume is pretty sexy and they're pretty good with a sewing machine. And they're here to basically get leered at by simps and nerds who can never touch them. The women are weird. This is how, women, seriously, that's a weird kind of thing that they do. They just want to be leered at, I guess. So look at me, I'm sexy, you can't touch me, all this stuff. So there's that. Or they actually are buying comics, and they're like the most rare kind of all. It's just a couple of people a few people out there who are actually buying comics, but they're not really interested in what we're doing. They're not interested in superhero comics. They're interested in, what Terry Moore is doing. They're interested in Bone, Jeff Smith. They're interested in those kinds of things. They're not really, they're not sitting there going, I love Batman. I have to read all the Batman comics. A very small percentage of the women who do actually want that. And those women like it the way that it is. There's a reason why they're there, because they like the comics. They don't really want them to be changed. I'm trying to explain this to them, and they're like, well, see, that's a small number. Now, if we made them so they'd be interesting to more women, then certainly more women would come, and that just is not true. Obviously, that 12-year experiment has borne out as a fucking lie and a stupid-ass idea. It is dumb. You've driven away the male audience for the most part. And the women didn't show up. They just didn't show up. They're cosplaying. They're actively still trying to subvert comics and make it about them without purchasing them. So that's good. Hi, says Stealth X5. Thank you for being a member for 14 months. Appreciate it. But yeah, there was no reason to destroy DC Comics. There was no good reason. It hasn't paid off. We haven't doubled our sales. Let me ask you a question. Have we doubled our sales? The answer is no. We have not doubled our sales. We have decreased our sales. All right, let me see here. Your art is phenomenal. Your writing is marginal, says Slade Wilson, the censored man. Wow. Thank you for that, Slade Wilson. I appreciate that. Half of a compliment. Darth Maylock says, these women belong in the kitchen, not in comics. Then again, who the hell wants cat women who drink box wine and complain constantly? Well, I mean, as soon as these women were allowed to participate at DC Comics and at Marvel Comics, that's precisely what they did. They immediately started to make trouble. They started to complain. They started to, accuse people of being interested in them inappropriately. How many great creators lost their entire careers to sexual harassment? Quite a few. Well, it's their problem. They shouldn't have done that. It's like, can we just knock it the fuck off? Like, comic book creators are weirdos, okay? They're just weird. They're solitary weirdos, and they're rare. Good ones are really rare. Quite a few of them lost their entire careers over worthless, useless cat ladies who just didn't belong in this space. 200 Watt Studio says, Rich Johnson sounds like more like impoverished Johnson. Let me see. I want to believe your story about what happened to Didio is in fact what you heard over his recollection when you went for some drinks with him. I want to believe your story about what happened to Didio is in fact what you heard over his recollection when you went for some drinks with him. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Urashima Taru says, badger someone with question. Why is he so hostile? Because it's an annoying question. You know, what's going on? Why aren't you hiring more women? And Dan's sitting there going, I'm just trying to keep a railroad running here. I'm hiring, like, from Dan's point of view, like, Dan honestly, very much like David Zaslav, wasn't interested in playing any gender games here. He wasn't interested in that. Dan was interested in hiring people who sold comics and who could create the comic books that he wanted DC to put out. Full stop. And if there were women who could do that, they'd be hired. There weren't. They weren't stepping up. Excellent women weren't stepping up, and those who were causing problems. Those who he'd already hired, who were already in place, were causing trouble. All kinds of trouble. I've told you a few stories like that. Anyway, this is the truth. The truth of the matter is that women aren't meant for this. They're just not meant to write stories for men. They have to deliberately try really hard to tune into their male brain in order to create something that would be interesting to men. And I think a lot of it is like, if you go back to the 1980s when writing comics was very competitive. You had guys like Frank Miller. You had these people who were producing some of the greatest comic books. Man, in the 80s, that's when I got addicted to comics. It was so easy to get people in. It was so easy to get people addicted to comics because they were all so good and everybody was competing with each other to produce the best comic books, the best comic book stories. They weren't competing with each other to signal their virtue, that they personally are good people. I'm a good person, not a shitty person. They were competing to be better. You had guys out there who were trying really hard to elevate the medium and to elevate the superhero comic book medium. And then you had Marvel Comics that created a complete and total believable world that you could live in. And comics were cheap. They were everywhere. It was just a better time. It was a much better time. And the women who were working then, Joe Duffy, for example, knew that they were working in a man's space. That's it. This was a male space. And they were trying to compete with those guys. They were doing a good job. They weren't going, I belong here because I'm a woman, okay? And I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want to do. It was just a different time. And comics were better. Now there's kind of an arrogance that goes along with this, I think. All right, let me see. What Sentinel is that on the floor? Says Henry Drune. Oh, yeah. This is that's the Hasbro Labs Sentinel that I ordered. It's good. It's a really good thing. Like, I look at it all the time and I kind of think about my Salamandroid that I want to make. That thing costs like $500. I don't think I would know how to make anything close to it, but it's encouraging to see what's possible in an action figure. You know, that's why I have it there. It's like I look at it and I just go, this is what's possible. That's true. Okay, so anyway, that's what's going on right now. And my tweet about this is all over Twitter right now. Everybody is so upset about it, but it's just truth. I think most people recognize it as truth. Let me actually look and see. Hold on a second here. First of all, we got B.A. Turner joining us. Hello, how are you, Brent?
Good, how you doing, man?
Really, really good. Merry Christmas to you. I like your red shirt today. You're in the holiday spirit. Perfect. Brent, we're getting into this. There's a current like Comicsgate war that's going on the internet. I'm sure you're seeing it. You're seeing the efforts of our new Saint Glenn from the People's Temple of the Comic Book Palace over in Massachusetts. His holy words, of course, causing a stir among the, what would you call the SJWs? What would you, it's called the cancel pigs.
Yep, yeah, I think that's a good one. Yep.
Cancel pigs. That's causing all kinds of trouble right now because people recognize that what's being said is true. And if what's being said is true, then, boy, what the hell? Look at all these people who blocked me and are currently retweeting me right now, Brent. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right. Is that fair? Like, why do I have to be blocked? Why can't I participate in a conversation about me?
Well, it's funny. Today there was even a decently popular person that was just screenshotting your retweets and then talking about the comments and called that person out and said, well, hey, why not just tag them if you really want to talk with them? And he even went to as far as rewriting your tweet to make it sound more palatable. And I'm like, are you really rewriting a
to make it sound
tweets?
Palatable or like more ugly? Like
more palatable, like, a little more sensitive and better in their opinion. And I'm like, are you really
somebody who's on my side was rewriting my tweets?
Well, he wasn't on your side because he couldn't take sides. It's Tyler, he kind of jumps the fence from time to time.
Drawing and talking with Tyler?
There you go. Yep.
Tyler, don't rewrite what I'm saying, pal. I'm saying everything just the right way.
Exactly.
Dexy's Kessel Runners, thanks for $10. Women make better sandwiches than comics. Let's rename sandwiches comics. Then any woman who wants to can make comics. Hey, at work when weirdos rename cross-dressing mentally ill dudes women. That is a great idea. Truly, we have some geniuses in the chat right now. People who are here to help. All right, hold on. Everybody's mad at me. Let me see. B.A. Turner, My Vigilante's Creed arrived today. Beautiful books. Can't wait to read them. Thanks.
Awesome.
Says True Believer.
Thank you.
All right, let me see. Paul Miotti is dead naming me as well. Send all this stuff to me. I can't see it. You've got to just sort of let me know. You got to show me. They hated Ethan because he spoke the truth. The Comicsgate Bible. Absolutely 100% true. All right, so let me see what goes on here. I can only see some of these messages because I am blocked by just about everybody on the face of the earth. Is this the guy right here? Is this guy against me? I guess he is. This is Maddock. He's not against me because he's got a Comicsgate seal. He says, I think he acknowledges the very few talented women who have worked in the industry. Anyone who loves comics knows they are hard to ignore. He's not talking about those women here, but I think you know that 100%. Thank you.
That's why he said most, not all.
Right, most women, like the vast majority. Like, here's the thing. Like, when Dan DiDio cut it down from 12% to 1%, he was making the same argument that I am, that most women are not qualified to work in comics, but some are. 1%. 99% men, 1% women.
Yeah, I think it's much different for manga, right? I think there's a reason why a lot more women fit in with writing manga because, right, it's more kind of teeny bopper like stories and style art and all of that. A lot of teenage girl stories. That's relatable for them, right? It makes more sense. But when it comes to superheroes, vigilantes, anti-heroes, it just isn't a good fit in most cases. And I think that's why, obviously, you see the current state of comics or mainstream comics.
It's true. Well, I mean, manga is it's not even the same universe.
Exactly.
You know, it's like saying when we say like, look, there are some comics that have a majority female audience. I guess I can't actually think of any offhand except for possibly manga. Manga might have female audiences because you know what it is? It's because it's like way easier to draw. And like, women have tiny brains and they don't really know how to draw realism. They can't comprehend so they just go, oh, big eyes, little dot for a nose and a tiny little mouth that's occasionally screaming and going, ooh, woo. It's like, I can do that. Like that. See, like anime and manga really works for the tiny brained female. And that's what I'm saying. Peppermint, I'm just saying when it comes to drawing. Peppermint Oil Capsule says, word up, B, just got home from a Darkness gig. No way, you went to see the Darkness? Get your hands off of my woman, motherfucker.
Such a great band.
I love the Darkness. Wazru goes, lol, Ethan doesn't know anything about manga. Ooh. Yes, I do. I know. Ooh. 100%. All right. So anyway, let me keep looking at this. The 90s were better because I'm nostalgic for it, and I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. Shut up, man. You people are annoying. So this guy is obviously not on my side. Well, the 90s were better because comics were selling better. That's really it. I mean,
the art was better too.
In some cases, yeah. I think in most cases, the art was better. When books are selling now, Marvel and DC are having big sales events. It's usually because they have turned to the creators of the 1990s. You got Mark Silvestri, Jim Lee runs the place. You got Todd McFarlane doing whatever he can over there. He's doing the toys. Rob Liefeld occasionally comes in and messes with Deadpool.
Yep.
There's a reason for that. Like the 1990s were an exciting time for comics when. And you could say, well, that's just your personal opinion, Ethan. Like, that was when you were collecting comics. In fact, I wasn't, really. I was working in comics in the 90s. But what was exciting about the 90s was the fact that everybody was excited about them. And you saw it in the sales numbers. You saw it in Wizard Magazine. You saw it at conventions. You saw people... Billy Tucci was selling She to such a degree. I picture Billy Tucci starting Crusade Comics just out of his garage, And he was making millions and millions. Billy Tucci rented a battleship and threw a party. It's a whole fucking battleship. He invited the entire comic book industry to have a party with him on a battleship. Free booze. Billy Tucci just walking around. Rock on tour. Billy Tucci. And see, that's what people are nostalgic for. People are nostalgic for a comic book industry that creates comic books that people want to collect, want to buy, and are excited about. And then also, people are excited or nostalgic about the idea of being able to pay their bills by working in comics. Somehow, along the way, it became kind of this common misconception that you need to work another job to work in comics. Oh, comics are just your second job. You should have like another job at McDonald's. Since when? Oh, since they made Dan DiDio hire a bunch of women. That's when.
Yeah, and it's not just that, the art was better in some cases. It's that the creators and the writers actually still respected the source material and still respected the original characters. It's a complete opposite of today.
Well, I mean, to be fair, what they did was they gave him robot arms and stuff. And, they did a lot of robot arms. So I don't know if that's respect. Like, you tear off Spider-Man's arm, you give him a robot one instead, It's not really respect. But it's interesting. It's fascinating. By the way, people are triggered over my manga comments. Guys, I'm just kidding. Stop. But manga is easier to draw. Like, you can do... let me just put it this way. It's easier to draw... who's the guy from Naruto? Is it Naruto? Is that his name?
I think so.
It's easier to draw Naruto, okay, his face, in your notebook with a pencil, than it is to draw Peter Parker. The way that, say, even like Mark Bagley draws him. Is that a true statement or not? Let me ask the chat. Is it true that it's easier to draw Naruto than it is to draw Wolverine? Yes or no? And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's better or worse. I'm just saying it's easier. So it's more, the bar for entry seems to be lower. All right, people are saying yes. Thank you. Finally, people are agreeing with me. I'm right. I'm right about all this stuff all the time.
Well, the other thing, too, is, with this whole recent thing with 3D assets and, using certain programs to make quicker comics, a lot of people were saying that's very, very common in manga, where they literally just scan buildings, they use, 3D assets. So that right there tells you it's easier. I have no idea.
There's nobody who would do that, right? That we know of.
No, we definitely don't do that. So
SketchUp.
Yep.
I wonder, where do you find SketchUp? I've never actually been there. I've never actually seen it. But I just remember hearing about it way back when. SketchUp, the official site, the industry standard, it says here. Let's take a look. SketchUp. So you go here, SketchUp, products, plans and pricing, industries, resources. Try SketchUp. 2D design. Let me see if I can try. What does this do here? Products. Let me look at products. SketchUp free. All right, let me see. Start modeling. So here's the thing. Like, I want to draw, like, I got to put a dresser in a room, right? And I'm like, I don't want to fucking draw. This is 2-point perspective. I don't want to do this. Brent, I don't want to do a perspective grid and draw this fucking rectangle.
Yep.
SketchUp is the answer. Okay. Start modeling.
And that's why you can see the same, like, nightstand or couch, in several different comics,
Oh, wait, this isn't letting me do anything. Hold on, let me go. Let me just scroll down a little bit more. Look at this guy right here, this soy boy. SketchUp gives me the convenience of accessing all the tools of SketchUp's modeler anywhere I have access to the internet. It allows me to easily visualize my ideas and concepts before turning them into real projects. It's a brilliant way to travel with SketchUp, knowing I can access, illustrate, and collaborate wherever I am. Why don't you learn to draw, dude? I don't want to have to draw this. This is a box in perspective. Who do you think I am, Rembrandt? Who do you think I am, Salvador Dali? Was Salvador Dali good at drawing boxes? God, I imagine he was. He drew a lot of, like, melting pocket watches,
Mm-hmm.
You can't expect me to draw.
Yeah, if most of your backgrounds have, a good chunk of these 3D assets, I mean, of course you can kick out a lot more pages quicker. And then if the faces and, the detail in the characters is much easier than, right, like a Pit or Cyberfrog, something that's highly detailed, I mean, of course you can knock them out quicker and, if people are buying it, make money faster too, unfortunately.
It's easier, right? I mean, it's just, all right, let me see here also. Travis Park says, manga has better stories than the pig, too. Who's the pig? Let me see. Valdez D. Frank. What are you talking about? Manga's bar is way higher than the comics. Only the good ones are kept on print. Garbage is thrown out the window. Bring Yancy. Why is everybody hostile to me? Acting like the irresponsible things that I say about things that I don't know anything about, like manga. are a problem. Like, why? Just sit back and let it wash all over you. That's what I recommend. Products. Let's see. SketchUp Go, SketchUp Pro, 3D Warehouse. What is this? A warehouse?
Seen a couple of those lately.
Oh, look at this. All right. You got all this stuff here. All the chairs that I need are here. This is very handy. I think I'm going to start using SketchUp. Yeah, build a house. Wonderful.
Well, that's the thing. It's made for like contractors and like home designers and stuff like that. It's probably wasn't originally intended for comics or manga.
Oh. Stop skipping Urashima's chats every day. What are you talking about? When did I skip his chats? Let me see if I can find out. No, I read his chat. Urashima. He can't talk about manga without insulting it, he says. That's like saying it's easier to draw Bugs Bunny. It is, isn't it? It's easier to draw Bugs Bunny than something realistic. I think so. Tippy the Turtle. Remember draw Tippy the Turtle and get a, I don't know what'll happen. What happens when you can draw Tippy the Turtle? Something happens. It's in the back of every comic book. I tried to do it too. I tried to draw Tippy the Turtle. It actually is easier to draw Bugs Bunny. Thank you, One Tree. Now, everybody is like, everybody's on my case today. Knock it off. All right, hold on a second. Let's go back to this shit show. Yeah, I'll never understand the inability to think critically or even just be okay with books not being written specifically for you. You mean like the woke crowd who have been changing comics for years? Thank you for pointing that out. This is one thing that they say. They gaslight you, Brent. What they do is they go, are you pissing your diaper because comics, not all comics are made for you? And you go, wait a second. That's what you're here complaining about. They used to be all made for me, and I was fine. Then you came here complaining that they weren't apparently made for you, and you changed them, and then you're not even buying them now. Now they're dying because of you. Don't gaslight me. I have a memory. I have a memory longer than a goldfish. Barely, but I do. And I can remember that you guys came here saying that comics aren't good enough for you because they're blah, blah, blah. And then you changed them. You're the piss babies. When?
Well, and what's funny too is, right, if you go back to the 90s, right, it was just normal, right, to have good stories and, traditional kind of comic book art. And today, not only are they changing the stories, they have the media, they have all these people propping them up and their message up, and they still can't get the sales, which tells you how weak everything really is.
Everything is very weak. We got to fix this, Brent. I don't really know what to do to fix it at all. Oz Art Creations points out that men are allowed to have spaces too. Janko Morningstar, he's right though. That's why he's selling millions in comics while Marvel and DC are collapsing. Subtle Decency says Brian, swallower of semen. Brian is the guy who posted the complaint about me that I can't read.
Yep.
Subtle Deviancy is saying that he swallows semen, which is weird because it's like, how did it get in his mouth in the first place? You know what I mean? Like, if you're saying, oh, you swallow semen, oh yeah, well, how? Like, that's weird. Like, how did it get in your mouth?
Trip and fall accident.
Yeah, just seems
to a
odd.
dick.
Love is a many splendored thing. By the way, they're all flipping out. Okay, so somebody sent me this as well. Here's Jimmy Palmiotti saying, can't find the post that this is a part of. I guess this is Fabian Nicieza popping up and talking some shit. Heidi McDonald, look at all these people who have me blocked. You guys would learn a little something if you didn't have me blocked. These people are sitting here naming individual women who were good in comics. Karen Berger. Thank you. That's 1. Diana Schutz. Thank you. That's 2. Louise Simonson. Thank you. I mentioned her. That's 3. Jeanette Kahn. That's 4. EVS is a clown. EVS is a stooge. Wheezy. We already got that. That's 4. Nocenti. Mentioned her. That's 5. Do you see how they're struggling? Now ask me to come up with the names of men who have done excellent comics. I won't have to. It won't just be one name at a time. I won't have to go, let me think of someone else. You named 5 women over the course of 50 fucking years. You idiots. 5. Now I can name 100 women that have fucked everything up. 100. Instantly. And I can name 1,000 men who have done great comics. Why is everybody stupid except for me, Brent, and you?
I can tell you.
Why? All right, hold on a second here. Where is this? Nocenti. That's it. That's the end. Nocenti. Good grief. Does that mediocre knucklehead even listen to what he says? You guys. You clowns named 5 women who didn't destroy the entire industry over the 50-year span in which they worked here. I can name 1,000 who have. And also 1 million. Conservatively speaking, men who have built that which these cat piss stinking witches sought to destroy. No, to ruin. Sorry to use the word destroy. Thank you. This should go over fine.
No, nobody will block you for that. No way.
Yeah. I hope I wasn't too caustic there. I feel like maybe I was. Do you think I went too far?
No, you're good.
You don't need the okay. 1,000 men, Ethan. 1,000. I said 1 million. Maybe cackling hens. Retweet my tweet. Retweet it out there. People need to read it. It's very important. All right, look, I'm not here. Look, I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to speak the truth. I don't care about any of these people. I care about comic books. I care about the idea that the comic book industry continues. If they don't like what I have to say, they don't have to like it. They're the ones who are standing by while it's being ruined. I'm here to fix it. Smelling like piss is a dig at Glenn. Rewrite. Oh, that's not nice at all, dude. Holy Saint Glenn. We don't want to give him any trouble or criticize him in any way. Brian, swallower of semen. So did we figure out how the semen got in his mouth?
Nope.
We didn't figure that out? Okay, good. I don't want to know. Probably just an accident. Okie dokie, I'm doing my part. Lol, couldn't be how exclusionary some comic book retailers can be to non-male potential patrons. Are there a lot of comic book retailers that are throwing women out of the store?
I'm pretty sure I mean, let's be honest, right? The people working at comic shops would probably like have to sit down for a while if a woman came into the comic shop. They would love it.
Mm-hmm.
More women, the better. I mean, come on.
I just don't think that this is happening. I think this is like, most of this is a world that exists just in their heads. I don't think retailers are being mean to women.
No.
Exclusionary. Yeah, they're like, please. This is a special club. We have it roped off for reasons. You stay on the other side of the rope, and the other side of the rope is out the door. Okay, please. This is for the beautiful people. Only the beautiful people can come in here and buy Wakanda #1 featuring Shuri. Is it Shuri?
And that statement's kind of bigoted because they're forgetting about all the women that actually work at comic book shops. Right?
They do?
Yeah, there are women out there that work at comic book shops. So it's like, obviously they're not excluding them if they're also hiring them, which that's actually a smart move too, right?
Why are they there? What are women doing? Like, what are they selling? Pop figurines?
Could be. I mean, that could be just to, like, let's say you have a comic book shop in a mall, put a decent looking woman at the register. You're going to bring in more people to look at comics.
All right, let me see here. I like how they're like, oh yeah, Ethan's wrong. And they name like 5 women between all of them over the course of a 50-year historical span of comics. They got to do better than this. It'd be much easier just to calmly agree with me.
Well, we know they're just speaking out just to speak out. I don't even think they believe in what they're saying.
Does it feel good to lie? Is that what it is? Are they lying because it feels good? Did he literally just say that, like, women are the reason comics are struggling? What the fuck? Yes. Yes, I did. One of the reasons. It's a big one, though. Comics lost their focus. They forgot who their audience was, their customer base. They sought to insult their customer base and seek another one. One that they thought was a little bit more cosmopolitan and self-flattering. Who on earth would have allowed that to happen if not women?
And they're doing the same thing with the movies, right? If the movies are struggling and the stories are horrible in the movies, I mean, that's not going to help the comic sales. You put out some banger movies like, Marvel did early on and like Nolan did. It's going to get people that didn't go into comic book shops that fall in love with The Dark Knight, right? Then they're going to be like, oh, now I want to go pick up the comic. I want to collect that because it's connective material to these movies. But there's no good superhero or comic book movies anymore. So you're losing potential customers in that avenue as well.
I'm not saying, Brent, I'm not saying that women are ruining the comic book business. But...
And if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. Don't read them. And if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. Don't read them. Girls read comics. Girls have always read comics. Problem solved. White boys, comic book reader. Don't buy my book. Don't buy my book. I literally can't even think. We can have a little conference on that. Would you please get your politics out of my comic books? Don't read them. What comic books are you reading? What comic books are you reading? Would you please get your politics out of my comic books? Don't read them. What comic books are you reading? What comic books are you reading? Comic book reader. Comic book reader. May I curse? White boys, don't read them. We're very worried about comics right now. Independent comic sales are down. Mainstream comic sales are down. Everything in the mid-list is way down. You don't make a lot of money that way. There is nothing inherently masculine of heroism. There's nothing inherently masculine heroism. Girls read comics. Girls have always read comics. Problem solved. Magic! Going into the red on singles and not coming out until the trades. Stores are closing. You don't make a lot of money that way. So, don't. Comics are booming!
I don't want to... I'm not saying that, women are the problem, but women are the problem. I'm not saying aliens, but aliens. You know what I mean? All right, let me see here. No, he is factually right. It's hard to explain to a non-comic book fan that the picture on the left ended up causing the picture on the right, but it's a well-documented decline nonetheless. not everyone can write everything, and not everything is for everyone. Thank you, Razgaros. That's true as well.
Yep.
There's the Milkshake Crew. Look at that. Yeah, I'm sure they're comic book fans. And then over here, a survey shows women failed to show up for the marbles. It cost, this mistake, this presumption, cost Disney over $200 million. You would really think about that. You think, you know how much money $200 million is?
It's ridiculous.
It's more than their lives are worth by a lot. If you really think about it, $200 million. If you personally lost the company $200 million, if I lost a company I worked for $200 million, I'd expect to be executed. I would expect to be beheaded, decapitated with a guillotine. And I'd be like, you're right. What am I going to do? $200 million. How could my stupidity cost the company that I work for $200 million? That's more money than, 25 of me is going to make in 3 lifetimes. I should have just said 75 of me. Ladies and gentlemen, Shantan Jetty. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great, and I believe you will eclipse that.
You think so? You think I will lose the company more than 200 million?
No, the other thing.
What's the other thing? I probably will. I'll lose my own company 200 million when I do the Solomon Android toy. Ethan, if you lose the company 200 million, Andrew will probably fire you.
I know. Yeah, you're married. You're not going to do that.
Yeah, gotta be careful. Listen, it's our money. I would lose it if it were just ours or just mine, but it's our money. So,
yep.
If he has beheaded, if you strike him down, he'll become more powerful than you can possibly imagine. Right. Yeah, they're really mad. I'm seeing some of the tweets now. Hold on a second. The one that first of all, I want to thank those of you who are making good memes. This is our new cult leader, the sainted Glenn. This is the People's Temple of the Comic Book Palace of Massachusetts.
Nice.
These are all his wives. He's got Glenn has many wives, and the reason why is they're all chosen for a very special purpose, to procreate with Glenn. One woman, we need more Glens. You know what I mean? We need more of Glenn's seed, and we need more of Glenn's. So he must procreate with all of these women. I think it's the right thing for him to do.
I'm sure he's really disappointed.
Hold on a second. I'll be right back. I have to check and see why Ava is screaming. You guys take over.
Yeah, we'll hold things down. Yeah, no, I think I don't want to speak for Ethan. I don't want to paraphrase him, but I think what he said is that we're going to be adding Glenn's seed as a secret perk to be unlocked when we hit $1 million, or maybe when we lose $250 million. Again, I'm coming into this thing cold. No, I mean, I don't know. What did you think when you saw that? I've always thought Mark Millar Mark Miller. I'm working on it, Shane. I've always thought that he was an amazing talent, did all of this incredible work, but it seems like, as he was saying during the interview, this was a major turning point for him. I think it is. I think people are fed up. Cancel pigs.
Yep. Well, I mean, if all the LCSs go down, I mean, so do some of his sales, right?
Yeah.
There's still people buying his books in comic book shops. So, I mean, he wants them to succeed. I mean, I don't think anybody, even in the indie space, wants LCSs to fail. If anything, we'd like them to thrive and to be open-minded to, putting our books in their shops, right? Put the indies in there, put a little spotlight on them, and, thrive from there.
Mystery solved. I'm sorry. Thank you guys for taking over the show. Ava found my beard ornaments.
I love being a dad. It's
and
so good.
She clipped her tongue. She tried to. That was her screaming upstairs from pain. I said, give me all of these, and I'm going to put them right in the garbage right now so that kind of thing doesn't happen again. Must have absolutely killed. Okay, guys. So, Glenn.
I accidentally announced a secret perk while you were up there. I'm sorry. I don't know if you heard.
I didn't hear. What's the secret?
Yeah, that at $2 million, Glenn's seed will be unlocked as a secret perk.
Oh, wow.
And so, I don't know if that's binding.
Yeah, just vials of frozen semen to every female backer.
Yeah,
it's doable.
I'm sorry.
I
panicked.
Okay.
He's going to be busy.
Yeah.
You're very busy. You have a lot of backers, man.
Just sorry, Ethan.
But it's the kind of work that is enjoyable, and that's what makes it. All right,
there's worse jobs.
All right, this is the. I can't read this whole thing here. This is from the Real Deal. As you can see, he is the real deal. He says, "Hey, this guy is insane, and fuck him and everyone who thinks like him. He's what's wrong with comics and making it hard to participate in the medium." Everybody has to participate in the medium at DC Comics, making, obviously. Good people don't think or say things like this. Anyone, pro or otherwise, who supports him or gives him a platform is part of the problem. Now, I can't see the rest of this because when I click it,
he screenshotted you too, man.
Yeah, they're sharing this. By the way, like, these guys share my screenshots as if, like, it's something to be ashamed of. This is fucking awesome. Like, this is one of the best things I ever said. And the screeching that is coming from this just goes to show that it's 100% true. And you all know it's true. And some of you who are, like, shitting your pants on the internet, some of you pros, you were there. And I've heard you say things like this in private. So, this is the whole thing. You understand what's going on, and you understand that what I'm saying, of course, is the truth. And you know who agrees with me?
I know.
St. Glenn.
They were afraid of this, Ethan. This is what kept them up nights. Right here. Yeah. That's the extraordinary thing to me. One
Cyberfrog, of course. Incredible. They're terrified of it. Yes, and I'm causing all these problems. I don't know how I'm doing that. I don't know how I'm causing problems in comics, guys. I'm out of comics. I'm doing, I'm in the crowdfunding space. I'm on YouTube, just enjoying myself. They are petrified that Mark Millar said, "What's up, bub?" to me. Petrified. They're
I've read that.
So angry about that. It is absolutely insane. Here we go. Comic industry shills harass Mark Millar for acknowledging
Skyper.
Top of the world, Ma. Top of the world.
I made it, Ma.
You gotta be kidding me.
I send that clip whenever something goes well in my life to people. Top of the world, bam. Yeah, I mean, what is he supposed to be, a Van Sciver denier? Like, what world are we living in?
Yes, 100%. You're not allowed to. Like, I have been shunned.
Denounce.
It's so important that, like, I be shunned and that, like, nobody ever acknowledge me, ever. Like, it's once you do that, you're crossing a Rubicon, the Rubicon there. You're letting people know. And by the way, you have leprosy too now, as far as these people are concerned. So they're trying. These people are actively trying to cancel Mark Millar, who could buy and sell all of them. And by the way, they would probably be sold and bought as well. This is unbelievable. Comic industry shills harass Mark Millar for acknowledging me. How am I this famous?
Yeah.
I mean, guys, not to brag. I got creeps saying you're irrelevant, like to me all the time, and I'm like,
do they say I'm not noticing you either? I just want to let you know I don't notice you're the. I mean, see, I tell people in Comicsgate, this was not a risk because I came into Comicsgate with leprosy.
Yeah.
But for any of you other folks who don't have it yet, you got to be careful.
You will, if you acknowledge me, then you will receive leprosy. You will receive what it's more like cooties than leprosy.
Yeah.
But it is a thing. Here's Mark. I actually talked to Mark today, and I just said, I want to say, dude, I'm sorry. Like, I'm so sorry that you're going through this.
Sorry, I exist.
I was like, I don't know to what degree you're witnessing like this, but like, and I don't know if you care. He's like, I don't fucking care at all. And he was just the coolest guy in the world about it and stuff. He's like, I don't care. He's like, I'm not giving them what they're looking for. I'm not giving them any attention. And, that's just the way it is. He's like, listen, he's like, I do my thing, you do yours. You're over the, you're one of the soldiers that's fighting the culture war. He's like, that's not who I am. He's like, you're on the front lines. This is what you're meant to be doing. Like, I'm doing my thing, and, so on. We had a nice conversation about it. But I wanted to just say, dude, I'm so sorry. If you're receiving any grief at all and you're uncomfortable at Christmas time because of me, because you called me Bud, I'm so sorry. But I'm not sorry. I'm sorry the world is this retarded, and we both live in it at this time period. It's like, that's what I'm sorry about. The comic book industry is absolutely, completely, and totally unhinged. None of it makes any sense. It is crazy. These people want to go down with the ship like, who's the guy who took the Titanic down? No, not that guy. The guy that took that cruise ship down like 10 years ago.
Oh, jeez. He didn't go down with the ship.
He didn't go down with the ship, did he?
Yeah, he just kind of bailed. He was like, all right, peace.
Yeah. All right, let me see. Since a comic shop owner's rant about the comic industry problems went viral this week, Mark Millar has been in the thick of the conversation, defending the retailer from a mob of online attacks initiated by industry insiders like Donnie Cates of Marvel Comics. God, everybody's nuts. You're all nuts. Cuz Millar replied to Ethan Van Sciver on a public discussion, cancel pigs are doing everything they can to attack the Netflix creator. Comic industry has been in significant trouble over the last few years. New versions of beloved characters have been replacing to signal race, gender, and sexuality across their film and printed versions. Fans have become increasingly sick of seeing this. Now to the point where there's a meme of the South Park incarnation of Kathleen Kennedy to sum up what these writers have done. Put a chick in it and make it lame and gay. By the way, look how good Cyberfrog is.
It's hard to,
fucking hardcore, man. Let me just.
How do they insult you like that? Like that's the hard part of their job. They have to go, asshole, untalented Ethan Van Sciver. Here's his work, and people are like, I think you're fucking crazy.
It's
just, dude, man.
Kyle Ritter is really great too. Look at this, the blur he put on the stinger. It really, you feel it like up the jaw, just like, so fucking good, man. Cyberfrog, Wreck Planet, everyone. I hope you're reading it. All right, and this is sad too. Ethan Van Sciver has been at the forefront of fighting against the destruction of culture, spearheading a movement called Comicsgate, one of the most effective weapons against pop culture's recent disasters. Marvel and DC Comics have a blacklist against anyone associated with Comicsgate from working for their companies, and a whisper network led by people journalist Penny Parker's exposed, keeping everyone from even mentioning the works of those involved in the movement. It's gotten so bad within the comic industry, the Green Lantern writer Tim Sheridan made a video plea to call for people to buy his book as a spite against the people in CG. The call humiliated the DC Comics writers. His book still didn't sell, showing truly that get woke, go broke is a reality. Look at this.
Wow.
It's just gay, guys. It's just
these are the comics I always wanted when I was a kid, No, oh, sorry, wait, which one? What you say?
I mean, you would have to be pretty much gay to buy this. Like it is simply gay interest, and I mean, that's okay. Like I guess, but how would you, on what planet would you expect this to sell?
It's not a large audience, and the other thing that's weird is you can always tell. I remember when we watched that video of Heather Antos talking with an actual comic book fan, and she looked like she was about ready to crawl out of her skin. You could tell these folks have never been to conventions. I mean, I grew up in Chattanooga, so I was around Dragon Con, and I lived in my comic shop talking to my friend Wade, who was the shop owner. And they have this unbelievable fantasy going for them that people like myself were not going into comic shops. And funnier still, that when women came into our space, we were like, go away. Have you ever had that happen where women came into the comic book space and we were like, get away? No, but if we came into their space, we were treated, dare I say, like the lepers many of us are. And I think that's true. worshipped this. That's the funniest fantasy, is that we were ever like, it's like, oh, you're gay? Well, I like X-Men. And the gay person would probably be like, well, I don't want to hang around someone who likes X-Men. Like, it was a different reality, man.
Right. I think we would actively like encourage everybody to be a part of comics. The problem is that these people want to exclude others, and they project that onto people like me. Like, you want to exclude people. No, I want there to be a high talent bar for working in comics. Okay. And you have to understand what we're making here. We're making power fantasy magazine superhero stories for our enormously, obviously male audience. That's what we're making. If you can do that, and if you can do that well, it really doesn't matter what your gender is. The problem is that most of these women who are getting hired are feminists who think that comics are sexist and need to be changed. And not only that, they want to kick most of the people who have been working in comics for a long time, who disagree with them, the hell out, and so they can replace them with other feminists and crazy women. That's really the problem. It's that conservatives and Christians can actually coexist with others. SJWs can't. And that's the main problem with them. The main problem is they refuse to coexist with others. They want to annihilate people who disagree with them. And that is why we must strike first. Travis Park says, Pig 2 is the cancel pigs that work for the Big 2. Oh, Pig 2, Big 2. I got it. Nice. Capitalized pig. Pig 2. Yurashima Taru says Naruto is like the Bugs Bunny of manga art-wise. I'm going to get into manga, and you guys are going to be so, like, happy. Because I'll talk about it nonstop. I haven't gotten into it yet because, like, it annoys me. Here's why it annoys me. The art style, when people, like, amateurs draw it, people used to bring me their portfolios all the time, and they'd be like, what do you think of this? And I'd look at it, and they were, like, pencil scribblings of Naruto. And I'd be like... this isn't, I don't know. Showing the wrong guy, I think. But when I get into it.
Oh, yeah.
When I finally get into it, I'm going to be so annoying. I'm going to be the most annoying weeb on the face of the earth. And you guys are going to be sorry. Those of you who are trying to push me into this, you're going to be sorry. But I will do it. Robert Romano's here. Hello. Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah. Comicscape. Please enjoy your families and friends. Onwards to 2024. Yeah, it's going to be good, man. Neon Knight Rider says, who is the best unreadable writer? Lol, Brandon Choi, Fabian Nicieza, Scott Liddell. Also, who is the worst? The best unreadable writer? Who is the worst unreadable writer?
Oof.
I don't know. Unreadable writer. What does that mean? Do you guys have any idea?
So I think if he's saying the worst, I think it's opposite. So the best writer, and then unreadable would be the worst.
Who is, unreadable. So the best out of those three is Scott Liddell.
Yeah.
Without question. Scott Liddell, of course, is also a Republican, and they've been trying to cancel him forever, dude. And they might have actually done it. I don't know what he's doing lately.
Yeah, I remember when he was on the Travis Charest relaunch of Wildcats. So it was, I remember him from that. And of course, Brandon Choi, I know from Wildcats, the original launch. But, it's tough to say. And then, of course, I know, how do you pronounce his name? Is it Fabian or Fabian or? Fabian
Nicieza, I think.
It's one of those foreign names, not like my good American name. But it's one of those. It's one of those. I can't believe you can even pronounce my name, man. But I remember when, obviously fond memories of New Mutants and all of that kind of stuff. So it's to me, it's a time and a place. But I love Scott's stuff. It was pretty good.
Scott was on this show, and it was Christmas time when he was. Did you guys know that?
No.
It was wonderful. Scott came on. He came on Comic Artist Pro Secrets, and it was very enjoyable. I made a trailer for it. Here's the trailer. This is the gayest trailer on the face of the earth. Watch. imagine we
God. Like, sweet baby Jesus. So that's why I started doing videos for you a couple of years
Yeah,
ago.
I appreciate it. But I
those
mean,
things.
look, I was doing the best I could with my little video apps, and I like the idea of showing images of Al Gore's global warming, you know,
Yeah.
and just making it look like it was the holidays. But
Beautiful, dude. Your stuff is still the best, man. When people look at my videos and go, it's only funny because Ethan's showing it, man.
It's
not
great.
funny anywhere else.
All right, let me see here. Juan Wong. If you want to shame people who use SketchUp, you can show them the spread around page 80 and previously on Clownfish TV. Over 90 realistic drawings of 80s toys, digitally hand-drawn by a complete novice. Me. Thank you, Uncle EBS.
There you go.
Can you send me the link to that and I'll take a look? Diversity and Dragons is here. Leftist creative women are doing the same thing in RPGs like D&D. They hate white men. Yet Wizards of the Coast and others continue to employ them. And by the way, if you say that and say, look, these women are just trying to cause trouble. You know, there's no reason to sit there and go, we need more women in anything. That's ridiculous. There's no, for what reason? We just need better comics. If there are women out there who are doing great stuff and they're selling comics of their own, then we need to hire them, obviously. But just artificially saying there should be a quota where we hire more women, Dan DiDio was 100% right. Just stay the hell clear of the J-pop section, says Timmy Mello.
Timmy, my man.
What's J-pop?
I don't know. I'm old.
I don't know manga, so.
Yeah.
Isn't like J-pop like K-pop? Is it like those boy band groups that they all look like girls and they're boys, but they do little dances? Is it the same thing? J-pop and
I think
K-pop?
it's like the rap. You know the rap. It's like that.
Orange Avenger says yeah, so that must be it.
Uh-huh.
All right. Listen. I don't know. I like one K-pop song that I heard. I do like one of them.
Can we please go back to a Cyber Frog image?
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Let's move on here.
Kind of hurting my soul just a little bit.
Let's finish this article. Meanwhile, creators like Van Sciver and Chuck Dixon have been siphoning off precious dollars that were going to ever-dwindling direct markets of comic shops. Owners across the industry are frustrated, and their anger at an inability to sell has finally reached critical mass. The mainstream comic creators, however, only replied by trying to cancel the comic shop owner who spoke out rather than trying to fix their products, of course. Mark Millar helped convey that comics need to change to survive. He posted, "I was so appalled at the way a comic retailer was being harassed and bullied by a digital mob this week for saying comic books are going in the wrong direction. I had to talk to him. Here is my interview with Glenn O'Leary from this afternoon." There he is.
Yeah.
Holy Saint Glenn.
God bless him. Long may he reign.
Ethan Van Sciver watched the interview, commented on his Comic Artist Pro Secrets YouTube channel, agreeing with Millar and the comic shop owner. He took to X to tell Millar, "Terrific job, Mark. Thank you. I feel like you might be the only one who can destroy this evil. That's what it is. It's killing comics. I'll get more eyes on this interview right now." He's correct. The agenda mainstream comic pros are pushing is evil at worst and petty high school bullying at best. That's what I'm enduring right now, guys. They're bullying me simply for saying that these bitches need to get out of comics. It's petty. It's like high school. It's ridiculous. I am the victim. Even associating loosely is enough to get them to try to destroy someone. Millar replied cordially and professionally with, "Cheers, bud." I gotta make this my no, I don't want to cause that. Like I could make
Ethan,
this
I'd really appreciate it if you'd take it down. Like,
I gotta make that my Twitter, just to put it on my Twitter banner. "Cheers, bud." But I can't. See, I like Mark too much. I can't do that to him. Orange Avenger says it must be devastating. You sound super bullied. Ethan Van Victim. Well, I mean, this is the Cheers, bud that shook the world.
Make the shirt, dude. Just make the shirt. Cheers, bud. Come
on,
on,
Bud Comics. That, I mean, there could be something like that, Cheers, bud. Hold on, let me. I'm gonna tweet that out too. Let me see here. Share this tab post. All right, so this is important that we do this. Cheers, bud. And that's it. That's the tweet. That's all I wanted to say. Very simple. All right, let me see. Comic industry shills harass Mark Millar. Dozens of replies followed with anger at Millar for simply acknowledging EVS's existence, even though he didn't endorse Fanskyver. Yes, he does. Claim he's a friend. Yes, we are. Or say he's a part of Comicsgate. No, he hasn't said that. The comic industry shills went overdrive, branding Millar a right-wing extremist, and more. It illustrated Millar's point perfectly that a bully squad in comics is stopping the industry from being good and fun. People used to say you're a right-wing extremist to me, and I'd be like, no, I'm not. Like, I'm a centrist, like a moderate. I think I'm a conservative, but how can you not, like, be whatever these people hate? Like, it's like, how do you not get radicalized by this? I would think that more people would be radicalized by this behavior.
Yeah. Look around. They're doing a great job. They're doing our work for us now. 100%. It was much harder when, this whole thing started. I don't know how it feels to you, but I mean, for me, watching it from the outside, it's kind of a frustrating thing when you see South Park. I mean, I was glad it happened, but when the South Park thing happened, I was like, I've been saying this for 5 or 6 years. This isn't even cutting edge. You know what I mean? But I think it's important when that stuff does happen, and you start to see people start to feel okay saying it. Now the floodgates seem to be opening, so great. Fuck 'em.
This is the culture war. People say the culture war doesn't exist. Yes, it does. It quieted down for a little while, but can you feel it now? You understand? Like, in case there were some people who are gaslighting, saying that you're fighting this fake culture war. I remember hearing that, a month ago? And I was like, no, it's just kind of cooled off for a minute, but just you wait. You feel it now? It's definitely, there's definitely a war going on here, and this is what we got to do. We got to push back. Joe Glass. Joe Glass. Oh, shit. Why is this a thing? Why do I have to deal with this guy, Joe Glass? Of all people. Why is this a part of it? Like, who is this guy?
God, I don't know, dude. Don't know.
Do you understand who Joe Glass is? Do any of you, do any of you know, what he's about? Joe Glass?
Only you, apparently. I mean, I've been in this outfit for however long, and I still... I mean, it's clearly a fixation. I mean, what are you going to do? He loves you.
He seems to. Yeah. All right, hold on. I used to make these videos where I called it Comic Pros Going Nuts, and I did a couple of them about Joe Glass. Mm-hmm. Joe Glass is, on the verge of bankruptcy. Not even bankruptcy. What am I talking about? It's not bankruptcy. It's like he's extremely poor all the time. Here's a video I made. Short video. Oh boy, look where we're at now. Welcome to Comic Artist Pro Secrets. I'm Ethan Van Sciver. The UK obsessively followed every stringent rule that was handed down this year, and they still ended up with the most contagious mutant strain of COVID. And now they're so infected they can't even send out their friggin' mail. The West is doomed, and so are these SJW comic book professionals.
Hey, in case UK comic makers didn't know, and I just learned, the post office are not taking any packages or mail for outside the UK for the foreseeable, at least until freight routes start opening up again. You can't even ship to Ireland at the moment.
Lol, we're so...
Yup, I'm thinking I'll have to start up an OnlyFans. At this rate, showing my hole is the only way I'm gonna get creative and paid for it in this hellhole.
Guys, he might have to show his hole. Do you understand?
Uh-huh.
Brent, I'm sorry that you had to see that.
It's okay.
Is it okay? I mean, it's all right. You're not here very often. You're not always here. I don't want to have to put you through anything too weird.
It's okay. You can't scare me away.
All right, good. Here's another one. Here's Joe Glass again. Okay, let's take another look at Joe Glass. He's going to have to resort to showing his hole.
People are always telling me that I should change the name Comicsgate. Today I offered an alternative. Let's see how that went. I am going to abandon hashtag Comicsgate to describe what I'm building in 2021. The mainstream is dead. There's no conflict there anymore. We've won. I invite you all to immigrate over to Independent Comics Empire. I'm sure everyone who had a problem with Comicsgate will love ICE.
Hold on a second. Is this a good idea or not?
Remember how Ethan liked...
Do you like ICE?
I do. Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah, I like it too. I don't know why we didn't actually go for it and make these independent comics, like little jackets, right? That we could all wear.
Yeah. Hey, can I 1 second? Honey, can you lock the door, the front door and the back? Sorry, it's ICE related. Don't worry. Anyway, go ahead.
Here we go.
I'm
Now, this is
100% for it.
Independent Comics Empire. It's different.
Remember how Ethan liked to troll folks by naming stuff after Hitler and Nazi stuff? Now he's doing ICE, which says a lot more about him and about ICE being fascist trash than he realizes, the dumb Anyway, if this is pathetic, feel free to point and laugh at the sad loser. I love how he also has mimicked his idol Trump in declaring victory when the loss he suffered has been staggering. It's like paint by numbers of pathetic narcissism. Abolish ICE now means 2 things. Yup. Thanks for making our job easier, Ethan. 1. What did he win? Last I checked, Smile still outsold Cyberfrog by about 100-fold. What did he win? Irrelevance.
Also, ICE in relation to comics is already the name of an independent comics expo that is sometimes held in Birmingham, no?
True. Perhaps ICE the Comic Expo should get legal involved.
I'm surprised he hasn't started a comic movement called Comics Whole.
Over $100, which I simply do not have. This is deeply distressing. As anyone following me knows, I'm having financial trouble right now. Please, if you can, consider buying something from my store. I need help.
Gosh.
It's okay, panic over. I've just been refunded by the seller. Looks like I've lost the VAT, but the book is refunded, and that puts me back into the safe zone of my bank account. Thank you everyone who jumped in with offers to help.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is, that's the guy. That's Joe Glass. He doesn't like us.
Seems, yeah. None of this seems real. I mean, I've been here for all of this stuff, and you go and play it back, and I go, this isn't real. People don't really put all that out on the internet.
Yeah, it's so
I'm gonna have to show my hole on OnlyFans. Let me tweet. Do you know what I mean? Do you remember like filters? Like, I don't know. Fuck it. You know what? Just burn it all down. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
It might be time. Might be getting close to that. Queer comics. All right, so Joe Glass is in on this now. Let me see here. What? This is Derek Robertson, who's just like, why exactly are people on here slagging Mark Millar? Getting friendly with CG. The latest is a fairly friendly response to EVS, it seems. Also, highlighted and defended that comics retailer who basically said comics are dying because people are adding diverse elements to existing characters, etc. By the way, that's not what he said, you know. Did you see what Glenn said? Like, what did Glenn say? He wasn't saying diverse elements.
No, he wasn't.
He was talking about self-inserts.
Yeah, shit stories and self-inserts.
He was saying that these terrible writers were writing themselves into these already established characters, and then he was angry about it. He said, "You're boring. Nobody wants to read about you."
Yep.
So I think that's fair. I think that actually is a fair statement, and I don't know why Joe Glass would lie about that.
Can't
I'm
imagine.
not sure why. Dear EVS, I have sent you a copy of Previously on Clownfish TV. Thank you so much, says Joan Wong. Okay. J-pop is not boy bands for the most part, says Hiroshima Taro. Ranford Crone says, Hail E, the times they are changing. Agree. Darth Maylock says, please, please, please make the ice jackets. I mean, we might have to do it. Every time I see it, it makes me laugh. So it hasn't really gotten any less funny as time goes on. So it's disgusting behavior from Glass and his cohorts. The comic industry needs a drastic change, and the schoolyard bullying by the cancel pigs must first stop. We need to be able to have civil discussions on the good and bad comics, and especially respect the opinions of retailers who are hurting. I agree with that. I think that's a
what a Nazi.
article.
Well, oh, sorry. No, you were saying that sounded sane and rational.
Yeah,
I mean, they can't. They have such a almost dogmatic and insane and paranoid belief about the way the world works. They can't respond to evidence. The only thing they can respond to is, frankly, bankruptcy. That's about it. This is the only way to affect them. They can't listen to reason. It's not possible.
How can we bankrupt them fast? Like, what can we do to? What can we do to like hurt them sooner than? There's got to be a way. There's got to be something.
Sell them to Disney.
Sell them to Disney.
Yeah.
I don't know if Disney's going to make any changes unnecessarily, but I just feel like there's got to be something that we can do. All right. Anyway, fellas, what else is going on? Oh yeah, we've got a video from your boy Zach that I want to watch. Before we do that, we have a friend here. Hey, Billy Tucci, how are you?
What's up, man?
Hey, y'all.
Here's to good friends. Tonight is something special.
Yes, so special.
Billy Tucci is
so special. Very stressed. My son's got a wrestling tournament tomorrow, so we're home and I'm drinking wine. I'm cleaning my studio. Look at that shit. Look at that. All that stuff in the back. I'm getting a dumpster. All that stuff back there. It's all getting thrown out.
That is really messy.
CG spring cleaning, brother, or winter cleaning, if you know what I'm saying.
There it is.
Yeah, I like it.
Who's mad at you, Ethan? What is going on? Who's really mad at you now? What?
Everyone.
What did I miss today? Everyone.
Fabian is. Jimmy Palmiotti might be. I don't know if Jimmy is or not.
Jimmy is?
I don't know.
What did you do? What did you do?
Billy, alls I said, and alls I said was one thing. And the one thing that I said has really upset everyone. And I don't take it back. I think I'm right about it. It's just one of these kind of truths that people don't want to face. The world would be a better place to some. I think the comic book industry is full of people who think the world would be a better place if men and women were exactly alike. They really want that. They want men and women to be 100% alike. And I don't know why...
Which I guess would erase women, right? Because it seems like they want, right? I mean, pretty much you're erasing women.
Yeah, like if you're not, if women can't be treated 100% the way that men are, or not even that, like...
Do women want to be treated like men? How about the shit we say to each other when we see each other and stuff like that? The things we talk, do women really want to be treated like that? Breaking each other's balls all the time and fucking with each other and stuff? Do they really want that?
I don't know if they do. I don't know if the majority of women... See, the problem is we live in a kind of a bubble where, we can't really see the forest for the trees. So, it seems like there are a lot of women who are in the comic book space, and therefore we need to make comic books a little bit more like whatever it is that women are looking for, including like the comic books that we've all grown up with. We have to know that isn't true. That there are very, very few women who actually read and buy superhero comic books from the big two. Yes. And their concerns, therefore, are negligible. Like, it doesn't matter what they want at all.
Well, that's like, Ethan, what if we want to go into the romance novel industry and change that?
That's right. See, romance novels, Billy, this all gets into the heart of the problem. And I've been getting into this and explaining it to people and causing no end of trouble for everyone and myself. Because in order for this to be understood properly, what the problem is here, what the dissonance is here, you need to understand that like men and women are different. Very different.
Mars, yeah, men are from Mars, women are from Venus. Remember that huge best-selling book? They've completely erased that sucker.
We used to understand that. It's not just our genitals that are different, but we are.
Easy, my God. Billy's here. Clean it up.
But our brains are different. We're wired completely differently. And I used this illustration on Tim Pool's show when I was on Timcast. I thought it was a good way of like telling a whole lot of people what the real problem was with why women in men's spaces cause trouble for everything that comes out of men's spaces. Okay, so you've got Lego did a study. We talk about the Lego study where they're just like, I don't understand. I'm not sure why boys are buying our Lego toys, but girls aren't. It just seems like a gender-neutral toy. Like, what do we need to do? How do we need to change them to get more girls to buy Legos? And so they got something like 1,200 boys, 1,200 girls, and they just studied the way that they played. You know, they had their parents in the room and everything. And they did this. This wasn't like a scientific study. It was a study. It was a research study, R&D for their own sales. And what they learned from it, among other things, is that boys and girls play differently from each other. There is gendered play differences. And, you know, when you're 3 years old, they studied 3-year-olds all the way up to 12-year-olds. The way that we play as kids is different. Boys pick up Chewbacca and they go, it's like, I become Chewbacca. I'm acting up. What does Chewbacca sound? I can't remember. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, dude.
Like, I am pretending to be Chewbacca now, right? A girl picks up Chewbacca, among other things that they learn, and Chewbacca becomes the girl. The girl projects herself onto the character rather than the character onto herself.
Right.
Girls are narcissists. They're beautiful, they're wonderful, but women are narcissists and everything has to be about them. They like fantasy that validates themselves. Men don't. We don't need that. Like, you want to know why men and women are different? Here's the thing. Every single man in the world has had a fantasy about stopping the 9/11 terrorists. Like, we're on that plane, okay? Every single one of us went, I get up out of my seat, I beat him to fucking a pulp with my bare hands, and I don't care what. And the other boys would get up too. We beat the shit out of those fucking terrorists.
Little fuckers, yeah.
Every single man has had that fantasy. You know how many women have had that fantasy? Zero.
Right.
Zero. That is the difference between men and women, right there in a heartbeat. Like, our fantasies are completely different from theirs, and that's good. I don't want women to ever think that it's on them to get up out of their airplane seat and beat the shit out of a terrorist for me. I don't want that. I don't like that. You know, that isn't anything that would make me happy or proud. It's demeaning to masculinity, and it's demeaning to femininity.
Men like that too, though. The women don't want men like that. The women that have that fantasy or that want or think other women have that fantasy are into other women.
Well, that's true.
They're the beta or beta bitch male. I mean, come on,
Billy dropping the hammer.
You know?
Yeah.
It's true. Yeah.
So,
Well, I mean,
so that's the situation now. You know, men, when they write comic books, like, you know, if our job is to write Chewbacca the comic book, we go, who's Chewbacca? And then we do our best to write a Chewbacca comic book. And we like, judging from everything that we know about Chewbacca, his characterization, everything, we write a Chewbacca comic book. Women can't do that. Women don't like that. Women go, I can't relate to this. This doesn't look like me or anyone that I know. There's no representation here. Actually, I've met some women that do look like this. But there's no... They're in comics too. Yeah. But there's no representation here at all. And therefore, I have to write myself. I have to make Chewbacca into something that I can personally relate to, that says something about myself and my fellow women. So I'm going to write the worst, shittiest Chewbacca story ever because it's going to be about me. Chewbacca is going to start acting like me because that's how women are. And there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
There's something wrong with fucking up Chewbacca. But you have to understand, you know, it's like you could write a romance novel. Here's how to write it. You have to understand how women want to read. Women want to read about, here's a romance novel. She's a girl. She's a farm girl. There's nothing particularly special about her, but...
Oh, no, she's pretty banging underneath that frock.
Oh, maybe a little bit. Okay, sure.
And hog hair.
Yeah, and she's a lot of detail about how beautiful she is, but she's not so beautiful that she couldn't be you, the reader. Okay? And meanwhile, there's a handsome, rugged farmhand who's in there, who at first he's a little bit of an asshole to her, but something intriguing about him, and then he becomes really interested in her, and then they begin this torrid love affair. And that's what women want to read because it's happening to them. It's not, they're not reading, they don't give a shit about who the farm girl is.
Right.
She's not a real person. She's you, the reader. And that's how women like their fantasy. And you can see it happen. I talk about this all the time. You can see, like, why does Twilight resonate with women so much? Girls. Because who the hell is Bella? I've watched all the Twilight movies. Bella is a cipher. She's a zero. You can put yourself in her shoes as a woman because she's not so pretty that she couldn't be you, but she's pretty enough to be flattering that it's you. And then there are all these pretty boys who are vicious monsters, okay, that tear other people apart, and yet they want to love you.
They want to love her. They just want to love you. The reader.
They want to protect.
They want to love you. You're Bella. So Mary Ellen Rottencrotch reading Twilight. She's Bella. It's not Mary Ellen Rottencrotch. She's Bella.
She's Bella. Everybody reading the book is Bella, and we're like, all these pretty boy vampires who are murderous, satanic lords of the underworld. They love me. They're not going to hurt me, but they might, and that's dangerous.
And they can, because it's very dangerous.
They could. And then there are these werewolf boys that run around with no shirts on that don't. They look like, they don't look like werewolf boys. They're pretty boys. Yes. They look like they're in a boy band, but they're werewolves. Yes. And they all also, they're like, we love her more than the vampires do. We're going to fight over her.
They look like that lead singer or the guitarist from the band Extreme.
Yes. By the way, I don't know what he looks like, but Andrew.
So you remember that guy?
Yeah.
What, you watched all the Twilight movies?
Yeah, because Hunter's mother. Listen, she was like, she read the books and loved them, and I said, these are
try-hearted, huh?
Yeah, and then she's like, I want to see the movies, and I'll go to the movies. You know, sometimes I got to pick the movies, sometimes she did, and I had to go sit through all of the movies. Nothing happens in them. The idea that men and women, seriously, like I'm sitting there going, okay, so maybe these might be good because there are werewolves and vampires in them. I like werewolves, I like vampires. There's going to be some horror, and there isn't. The idea that men and women are the same in any way or like the same stuff is so wrong. And it's, go watch the Twilight movies and see if you could get into them and understand that women were obsessed with them. And then you sit there and watch them. My wife's upstairs watching the Hallmark movies where there's like a kind of goofy, klutzy girl who comes into town. She just wants to make a nice Christmas and meets the perfect man in a business suit who's a little bit rough around the edges, but they have a meet cute, and then women love that, and they can't do it any other way. So if I'm writing The Mandalorian, then I'm going to write The Mandalorian. But women writing The Mandalorian, it's like, I got to make this kind of cute and silly, a little bit more like me. I got to put myself in this a little bit. That's what Glenn was talking about.
Glenn was spot fucking on. Glenn O'Leary. Fucking hero.
What a hero. By the way, we're building a church around him, Billy Tucci. I don't know if you know this yet, but we're building up the People's Temple. Wait, the People's Temple of the People's House of Comic Book Palace in Massachusetts. We've already got it going. He has a whole menagerie of wives
Look
that
at those
he
women
is.
with the updos.
Yeah.
Girl hairs. Look at that. God bless him.
Beautiful, fertile vessels for his seed, so that we can get more of Glenn out there.
Yeah.
So,
I just thought because here's the thing: is it's so funny is that what you've been saying and what I've been saying for 3 years now. I've been part of this. Is just what every pro's doing. The ones that went against him. Remember, they would call us ex or former pros. We're not former comic book pros. We're making more money now than we made when we worked for Marvel and DC.
Right.
They're former pros. All the ones that attacked him, Glenn, they're not working. None of them are working. None of them are making a living. I don't know how they can make a living if they're writing maybe one book a month. None of them even are. They're not even in the comics industry. So I love how they call us former pros when they try to get a little snide, you know, and they get a little snarky. Oh, a bunch of former pros. Former. I'm fucking.
Yeah, I mean, all this stuff, all they're like kind of, we're trying to make you feel like you don't belong, you're irrelevant and stuff like this, and yet they're all talking about me right now. I'm more relevant than I've ever been. I am the most important man in comics right now. I am the fucking North Star by which all of you guide your ships. How dare you call me irrelevant for one single minute? You can't keep my name out of your mouths. No. I haunt you in your sleep. When you open your window in the morning to let some sunshine in, it's my face that you see.
Yes. And yet you're hanging out with teen sensation, S.E. Art, and Turner in the Rob Roy tartan on a Friday night.
Yeah.
You deserve better.
I'm sorry, Ethan.
You fucking deserve better.
You know, as you were saying that, I felt terrible for being here, and I want to apologize to the chat. Yeah.
No, it's all good. I'm just kidding. But seriously though, I meant every word of that. And here's the whole thing. These people are mad because after I just laid out the case that I just laid out, and everybody knows it's true. What I'm saying is the problems artistically in comics right now that have led to a downturn in the commerciality of this product that we're making, as Eric July called it. He called it product, is because we're inviting too many women in and the men in comics, because we're inviting women in, their brains are becoming womanly, and they're also starting to project themselves onto these. They used to know that wasn't okay, but now they're just like, they're actively saying things like, I want Batman and Catwoman's relationship to mirror my feelings about my wife. Fuck you and your wife. Like, no, you can't do that. It's Batman and Catwoman. We're not all here to learn about your personal. You can't do that's the most selfish thing in the world. Stop it. Stop superimposing your communist bullshit onto these characters.
Yep.
They're not built for it. So there's a certain the people who do that are, as I've just laid out, they are female. That is a female brain thing to do. It's not just the women, it's also some of the men that are doing it too.
Oh, yeah.
And that is where we began to go wrong. When people were actively seeking, calling out Dan DiDio on stage and saying, Dan, why aren't you hiring more women? Billy, you know what Dan did? Dan realized that he had 12% of his workforce, creative workforce, were women. 2011, 12%. And you know what Dan did? He made it 1%.
Oh.
That's what Dan did. Dan said, we're going to fire all the girls here who were only here because they slept with Mark Waid. And it became 12%. It went from 12% to 1%.
Rascally Mark Waid. Randy Mark Waid.
11% too many.
11%
So,
too many.
You know, a perfect example of, what we were just talking about.
Yes.
Was, the first Wonder Woman movie versus Wonder Woman 88, right? The first one was darker, it was grittier, it had subtle hints of humor, but you had, right, the male protagonist putting himself in the line of fire, sacrificing himself for the woman. You flipped it in Wonder Woman 84 because Patty Jenkins took over the writing, and suddenly he's 100% reliant on her, he's just a complete joke, and the villain is sympathetic, and it was like more of this, just emotional story. There was no badass Wonder Woman moments or fight scenes, but that's because they went from, a male writer or a predominantly male team that knew comic book movies over to just Patty Jenkins running the ship, and that movie was horrible and it flopped.
That's right. Yeah,
that's right.
You had Jeff Johns writing the first one, and then I think the second one became a mess of Wonder Woman is a female character that is for men, and not in a dirty way. It's just she's that kind of a superhero where, she was created by men.
Ethan, the same thing about the Marvels. If all these women want these books and want these films and want these characters, why is the Marvels, Disney's worst superhero box office return film ever? Why didn't they come out? Why didn't they not come out and support this? They're blaming cis males or whatever the fuck they want to. May I curse?
Yeah, of course you may.
But why didn't they come? They have the power to come out there to see these films. No one told them they should have went to see this film and support it. They didn't.
Yeah.
Because they don't care about that stuff. They don't. It's not in their interest. They want Twilight.
Yeah, they're projecting their contempt. If you look at the way that we create women in our stories, we create women as strong, sexy, empowered. When you look at the way that they write men, they're effeminate, weak, pathetic, and incompetent. And they project their contempt onto us, these ideologues. And I've often told people that I think that feminism is to femininity what masochism is to masculinity. It has nothing to do with it. They absolutely have contempt for a woman being too beautiful and outshining them. And they certainly hate men. When we write women, we tend to write, I mean, you look at a movie like Groundhog Day, examples of perfection that will make us raise our game towards excellence to attain them. That's a very different thing. Show me the man that's written that way.
Right.
Coming in the other direction, you can't.
I'd love to see it.
And that's the thing with the original, Wonder Woman movie. It actually did attract a lot of women viewers, and there was a lot of wives and girlfriends that wanted to go see it because they did a good job casting someone that was still feminine, still attractive, but it was clear in the trailer that she was powerful, right, strong-willed. So it was like kind of ideal for the women that did appreciate that. But then you go to the second one and then the Marvels, and it's the complete opposite, right? It's more just the glam, and yeah, you're not going to be able to attract those women, but you're not going to be able to attract their boyfriends and their husbands,
right?
Which is going to kill the sales.
But then they turned on her for supporting Israel. She's an Israeli citizen. She's a Jewish woman. Happy Hanukkah, everyone out there who celebrates.
Is it Hanukkah today?
Yes, it is, Ethan. Today's the second night of Hanukkah.
These Jews, I'll tell you. We get one day when the Son of God is born, and they get 8 days for getting good gas mileage. It's ridiculous.
8 days. I'm going to get a glass of wine because I'm chilling tonight.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
And salute. Tonight is a Christmas show. We are going to be looking at the He-Man Christmas special, complete with vintage commercials. That's in television tonight. If you guys want.
Really doing television? It's been a while.
Yeah, we're doing it.
All right, bro. All right, so should I stop my cam, or do you want to see my empty chair?
We don't care. It's up to you, man. It's gonna be
Chance, what do you think?
I'm cool either way. I
I'm
like
not
the
wearing
sheet
any
poster.
pants, so I guess I better stop my camera because you might see me.
Oh, then leave your camera on. I mean, turn it off.
Yeah, now leave your camera on.
No, it doesn't look good. I'll be right back.
That's the kind of comic America needs.
Some people also want to watch the Liberace Christmas special. We'll see how it goes. We'll definitely do all kinds of stuff like that. Chair stream. Yeah, so this is what's going on. Now we've got our boy Zach. We all like Zach. Zach lately is just doing great videos. I'm really proud of him. And he's picked up the phrase cancel pigs too. Mask off, SJW cancel pigs are no longer pretending to not be bullies.
Everyone, it's your boy Zach. I'm so excited to do this video.
Nice.
There's so much to talk about every day. This is like Christmas morning. I was just going to sleep.
Yeah.
Just excited about waking up
we're on the right
and
window.
doing this video. But before
we are.
We start.
Oh, we are. It's on X.
Yeah.
Oh,
First Kill graphic novel link is in the description. So
here we go.
There's a very interesting phenomenon, and I'm sure there's a German word for it, where you have an intense hatred of someone you almost never think about. I've mentioned before, my dad is the nicest person in the world, and he hates Robin Williams. And it seems like such a random thing for a really nice guy to hate. But when he explains it to you, you start to hate Robin Williams too. So he basically would say it's like, oh, he thinks he's so delightful, but he just does like the same 6 voices. He does the Texan, the flamboyant gay guy, the black guy from the hood. Like, it's just like, if he's starting to go into a bit and you just imagine, where's he going to go with this? You always know where he's going to go with it. So it's like a couple nights ago, I read that X-Men Blue, the retcon of Mystique's origin. Oh, well, I guess technically it was Nightcrawler's origin. And I started doing a video, and the first 6 minutes was just me talking about how much I hate Cy Spurrier. So for what was it? Dante, who created those different levels of hell. The 9th and lowest level is for traitors. And Simon Spurrier is a guy who never developed his own voice, his own writing voice. He was an acolyte of Warren Ellis, and he just stole that voice and used it, and he uses it to this day. We're going to see him use it. Then, when a lynch mob went for his mentor, he not only didn't defend him, but he actually joined in on the lynch mob. Now, you would think, okay, he did that to save himself. He's a craven coward. You would think he would stop using the Warren Ellis voice in his work after he participated in a lynch mob against his former mentor, but no, he still uses it.
Oh my God.
So, for people who have been busy, this week was pretty crazy. A store owner has a YouTube channel. He said some really meat and potatoes criticism about writers that you would have heard in any decade. He didn't single anyone out. He wasn't hateful. He wasn't rude. Cancel Pigs flipped the fuck out, but with nothing to use against him. They just started attacking his looks, saying that he probably smells like piss, and hinting that he was a racist by comparing him to another store infamously run by racists. It was a mask-off moment where it revealed they were always just bullies all along. They just like to scare people and hurt people. The moralizing, the social justice was just an excuse to hurt people with impunity. Without a tweet from the Obama administration era to use against him, they just went for the lowest of the low bully attacks. His looks, like, I think he probably smells like piss. Like, what the fuck, Jamal Igle? So they thought more of them were going to join in, but this was so much of a mask off moment that most of their peers just kind of sat back like, oh shit. And then even Donnie Cates realized he went too far, so he just deleted his tweets. And then it was basically 24 hours of shamed silence from Cancel Pigs. They're like, oh fuck, we're supposed to pretend to be the good guys. This is so obviously we are the bad guys. And then something horrible happened. Mark Millar said hi to EVS.
Oh my God, that's right. Debbie says hi, everybody, too.
Technically, he said cheers, bud, but it was...
Of all the war crimes.
It was the greeting of the day. It was not anything to freak out about. And they freaked out about it. And then, since they had to be quiet for 24 hours, they decided, oh, this is large enough of a crime that we can just... And they are absolutely manic right now. First of all, they're doing this weird thing where they are congratulating each other about how great comics are. They've never been better. To which I say... For the last 5 years, name the Dark Knight Returns of the last 5 years. Name The Watchmen. Hell, name the initial run of She-Hulk by John Byrne. Name the Cosmic Odyssey. Name the current equivalent of any memorable story. And you're just going to be like, from the mainstream, Marvel, DC.
Guys, I want to invite, by the way, I do want to invite an activity. We got 1,204 people watching right now. I want you guys to find these SJWs who are really upset at Mark Millar for saying cheers to me. And I want you to respond on all their threads, all of you. Cheers, bud. Cheers, bud. Cheers, bud. Cheers, bud. Cheers. To everything. Just, I want a swarm of comic skaters and people who are not insane to just respond, cheers, bud, over and over and over again to all of these people who are upset about this whole thing. All these SJWs, the only thing that you need to say back to them is cheers, bud, or just say, hey, EVS, cheers, bud, so they don't think that you're saying cheers to them. I don't know what exactly. Hey, EVS, cheers, bud? What works best, do you think? Is it just cheers, bud? They'll know the reference, right?
They'll know the reference.
They should.
Yeah, just cheers, bud. Or
just
you could
cheers,
take,
bud.
Yeah, or you could just take Mark Millar's tweet there and just respond, cheers, bud, cheers, bud, cheers, bud, cheers, bud. And just do it for fun. Hashtag cheers, bud is good. Something like that. Just make sure that they understand what it is. Hashtag cheers, bud is great. It's really,
Hashtag
really good.
cheers, bud. Heck yeah. I'm gonna tweet that just now, just for no reason, and see what people say.
Yeah.
Hashtag cheers, bud.
Whenever anyone is insulting us or CG, that's how we should just respond
Cheers,
to them,
bud.
because they'll just go
Cheers,
nuts.
bud. Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll all get it. And I mean, just seriously, if everybody, 1,200 people, are just doing cheers, bud, and just filling these comment sections with cheers, bud, it's hilarious. It's
Ethan,
good.
how do we do this? How do we frame? Is it a capital C, capital B? Is it lowercase?
I just think hashtag cheers, bud. You can do it however you want, but hashtag cheers, bud is good. And that way, just overwhelm these people with silliness. It's not hateful. We're not trying to be mean. We're just trying to point out that, look, they are cancel pigs. And they're really upset because Mark Millar, he didn't even say, I'm on Ethan's side. I said, Mark, thank you for the video. You did a good job. And he said, cheers, bud. That's what you would say to anyone. That's what you'd say to the guy holding the door for you as you walked out to your car after you're leaving a restaurant. It's ridiculous. The level of contempt and hatred that these people have for me, but for Comicsgate and for anybody who opposes them or disagrees with them, look what they're doing to poor Glenn. What did Glenn do?
Yeah.
Is ridiculous. Cheers, bud. Hashtag cheers, bud. And just let these people know, we outnumber them. And we do outnumber them. So there you go. Here we go.
Name it. You can't. There's nothing. There's no Planet Hulk of the last 5 years. There's no New Frontier. There's nothing. I was joking to myself. The industry they created, it reminds me of Cheers. But instead
Cheers,
of
bud.
where everybody knows your name, it's where everybody votes the same. So it's political commissars. So I wanted to call this video Gutless Weasel, but I already used that for Mark Brooks. So the parable of the Chihuahua and the empty bowl. So this is a screenshot of his own tweet thread. And he was so proud of it, he screenshot it and then posted it again. The parable of the Chihuahua and the empty bowl. I see those comics are dying posts, and I imagine a handful of elderly, trembling Chihuahuas. They've spent their whole lives eating one brand of dog chow. That's all the general store sold when they were pups, right? So naturally, they assume that's the very best brand of all. Then one day, they learn there are 60 other brands. Younger dogs don't seem to dig their old favorite brand. Worse still, some of their elderly pals seem to be switching brands too. Outrage! Don't these idiots recognize quality? They're ruining dog food. One of them starts yapping. The others join in. They're shivering and farting in terror and excitement. And they make so much fucking noise, they don't even notice there aren't nearly as many of them as there used to be. And not a single one of them has tried the new chow. Did that make you feel better about yourself, Simon Spurrier?
Can I just say,
spineless.
Holy shit.
Very important thing, folks. To all of the people who write this kind of shit, look into my eyeballs right now. You are fucking old too. It's over. You haven't been young for a fucking decade. You are old too. I am shocked when I see somebody who's in their mid-30s going, you guys are old. It's like, no, we just know we're old. You're fucking crazy. Yeah. Welcome aboard. You don't
and the thing is, here's another thing, Chant, is that they weren't even cool when they were young. Like
they weren't even cool. And I've got fraternal twins. I've got two 18-year-olds in my house. They don't know any of this shit. These fuckers are old and they don't even know it. It's sad. You're not hip. You're tweeting about showing your butthole on OnlyFans, you fucking weirdo. Fuck. Sorry. I know you're having dinner, Billy. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Preach, brother. Shit.
Yeah.
I want to stream to you more, bro. Keep it going.
Much love, Billy. Much love.
Shoot the power, brother.
All of these reasons. It's a very poetic story about why I'm never going to buy your comics, Simon, because I'm too old. It's great. Thank you for the parable about why nobody should ever buy your shit or any of your friends, because you're all too good for us. And we just, for some reason, I don't know, we're too dumb and too old to just realize it, Simon. We grew up with Alan Moore comics, Graham Morrison, Jack Kirby, Stan Lee. Somehow we forgot that you're the new flavor, and your flavor is way more delicious, Simon. That doesn't sound good, does it?
No, you've piqued my interest.
Yeah. Let me see. Plush says, I subscribe to the Church of Shump. Yeah.
Thank you.
I love these guys who are like, what he's basically saying is, he's saying you guys are into the stuff that the foundation of comics, because you're old, and so the stuff that you like is like John Byrne and like Walt Simonson and like Frank Miller and like Howard Chaykin and hey, listen, hey, oldsters, the new guys are in town. Simon Spurrier, Donnie Cates is here. You guys don't even know you're old, and we're the newbies here. We're the new class. Don't you understand? Like, you guys are obsolete, and the stuff that you like, that doesn't mean nothing anymore. We're here to save the day by making all of the characters that these guys created homosexuals. Wonderful. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, some humility, sir, would be nice. Just understand that, like, with age comes wisdom. For most people, with age comes wisdom, and you should probably listen to people who have been working in the comic book industry for their entire lives, who have reached 50, 60, 70 years old, and also the retailers who are 50, 60, 70 years old, who have run comic shops for 30 years. They're probably good bellwethers. They're probably people who are going to tell you when things are going the wrong way, because they were here when things were going the right way. They recognize the difference. It's not that you're the new hotness. You're shit. You're new and you're shit. And that's the problem.
Here's the thing, Ethan, as well. What are the hot books today? Are there any hot books? Remember, go back a decade. Flash Rebirth. That's a new hot book. You got everyone's
that was good.
There's no hot books now.
Yeah. Where's Blackest Night? Where's the new Blackest Night? Mark Silvestri. By the way, we point out, these guys are like, you just want things to go back to the 90s. And it's like, yes.
Yeah.
Like, the 90s were when comic books were selling and everybody was rich.
I'm selling 200,000 copies of She every month. Yeah, I want to go back to that.
Whiz.
Well,
I remember when I did a short story for the 75th Flash. I think it was Flash Gordon anniversary that they did, and it was a story that Len Wein had written. And I'm illustrating this story, and then Len, sent me some notes. He's like, "This character could look a little bit different. This character could be this," and I'm just like, "Yes, thank you. You are an important figure in comics, and I have got this amazing opportunity to work with you." I'm not like going, "Well, I'm the new kid, Len. What have you ever created?"
You're an old chihuahua barking at your empty bowl.
This is new dog food, and it's tandoori, and you just don't get it, Len. Fucking madness.
You know what it is, Sean, what it is, and Ethan and I have had this conversation for 20 plus years. These are the kids that were bullied, right? Because they never stood up for themselves, right?
Yeah. And
now that they have power through the internet, many of them, and there are other comic pros, there is this segment of them, but a lot of also their fans, their followers that are hiding behind monikers, etc. But now they have a chance. Now they're feeling their oats because they're protected behind this screen. They're keyboard John Gotti's. And now they've become 10 times the bullies that they've despised when they were 12, 15 years old. in middle school or junior high school that they never could defend themselves against. Those kids have moved on. They still hate that 12-year-old kid that picked on them that they didn't have the balls to defend themselves against. And now they're going to take it out on all of us who represent that type of person.
Yeah. I think they're the product of anti-bullying legislation too, though. They did all this stuff where no one could get bullied, anti-bullying. And so bullying, I think, for these guys became an intellectual concept. It's like, I think, was it Chris Rock said, anybody who says words or violence has never been punched in the face. You know what I mean? Everybody I know who's had that sensation would never utter that expression. And then they came up, and because they think bullies are just people they don't like, they have no firsthand experience, they accuse everyone they don't like of being a bully. But the funny thing is, they're all the villains in the movies they grow up with. They're the evil people in Harry Potter, the bureaucrats, the teachers who are psychos. That's them. They're the fucking muggles that they were reading about as kids.
Yeah.
And they're killing the wizards and the magicians and the truly creative and the spectacular, like our own Ethan Van Sciver.
Oh,
well, I mean, not
Your
to
Honor.
put too fine a point on it, but
I'm just saying, you said it, so why can't I?
Well, you're right. Like the film The Incredibles, they are the kid, whatever his name was, that wanted to be a hero, etc., and he became the villain. That's who they are. They are the villains.
Yeah.
They're the bad. They go after people for no fucking reason whatsoever and attack people. They won't say anything to your face ever. If you're in a bar or something, they'll never say anything to you. Yeah. But they'll do everything they can to stab your ass in the back when you're not looking, or try to destroy your life.
Well, and the sad thing too is you're starting to see that a little bit in the indie scene as well now, right? We see it with the mainstream comic fans, right? Clearly with what's been happening lately, but you're also starting to see it in the indie space where if you're CG, for example, and you criticize another comic or a creator, those fans of that creator will start tagging bigger names or other people, and they'll just dogpile. But the whole reason they like that creator or are in indie was because, this creator is different, and, they include everyone, this, that, and the other, they write about good, libertarianism or conservatism, but then they're turning around and they're dogpiling just normal indie creators or indie fans, and that's just starting to bleed into our space, and it's a shame, Yeah.
EBS is Sammy the Bull because he flipped on the mainstream. Now listen, I ain't no rat, okay? Not a rat. Yellow Flash says, setting up my mic, I'll be on the stream in a few. All right, so Yellow Flash is coming in here. Let me see. Let me read some of these super chats. Cars and Depth says, imagine someone who would pay to see Joe Glass's hole.
Oh,
Nerd. NXRD, I think it is, says, they're coping and seething because the guy criticized the content of the books, and criticizing the content means their agenda is attacked by proxy. Yes. Here's Drew with Comics Elite. Hey, Ethan, I emailed you pages to next week's Moon Knight with when Mark Spector is killed. The final page reveals the new Moon Knight. Yes, it's real. Oh, no. Wait.
Oh, God. Oh, do you want that?
Drew gets his comics a week ahead of time, so maybe we better take a look at this.
Can we share? I would share it. Fuck it. Why not?
Yeah, of course. We got to do that. It's just too much. Everything is a nightmare all the time.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Is.
Mark Spector is killed. Why not?
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me open this up here. Can I do this? Open. All right. Let me see. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to put this together.
Hey, while you're doing that, Ethan, I found something very curious.
Yes.
A few weeks ago, we picked up our Christmas tree, and we were driving home.
Mm-hmm.
And right next to us was a Prius with a Christmas tree on it.
Oh, really?
And the guy had a vegan bumper sticker on his car. So I'm thinking, here's someone that, hates me for being just ate a nice steak and a meat eater and all this stuff. But he literally paid money to buy a kill that he contributed to killing a tree.
Yeah.
Right? For his own pleasure.
What a freak.
Isn't that ironic? Don't you find that I find it ironic.
And think about all the components and minerals that go into that electric battery, right?
And
what that does to the earth. So ironic.
Brady says, great show and great guests. Cheers, bud. Cheers, bud. Again, I'm
Cheers,
seeing it
bud.
all over Twitter.
Awesome, dude.
Don't just send it to me. Send it to these creeps. Send it to the comic pros that are complaining about Glenn, about me. Send it to all the people out there that are talking about this situation. Just respond with hashtag Cheers, bud, and let's just get moving. All right, let me see here. This is Moon Knight. This chick says, I care about who you are now, and who you are now is enough. But hey, lots of hours till sunup, till the new day earns the sun. But we have the same father, Mr. Spectre. What is this? And that makes us brothers. Because a black guy sewing on Mark Spector. But you saved my life twice, saved my mom. I'm your guy now, for life. What is going on here? What is this?
Talks like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this is all about here. Oh no, you failed, Plesko. And in this supervillain game, there's a price to be paid for failure. But more than that, you hurt my feelings. You took Moon Knight from me. What is this?
I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm sorry.
You took Moon Knight from me. You killed him, and he's not coming back. You took what was mine. You can't plan for Moon Knight, Plesko, but I have a plan for you. Epilogue 2. Is he really gone? Because I need help. Mr. Knight was the only one who could help me. Hold on. You want atrocity? Okay. He's gone. He's gone, and it hurts. It hurts us all every night. He died doing his work. He's gone. But the midnight mission remains. His work is our work now, and our work never ends. So... Oh no! The new Moon Knight, ladies and gentlemen! Whoa! Welcome to Midnight Mission. My name's Reese. How can we help? The new Moon Knight is a black lesbian! God. Hooray!
Well, she's
Hooray!
Moon Knight, fam. Issue 1.
Oh, we got somebody in the back room. Somebody I haven't streamed with this guy in a while. Happy to see
I
him.
was raised by the wolves, ate till they full, run through the night, playing with your life, going against the pack, that's risking your life, better play it right, yeah, you better play it right, I got loyalty and blood.
Hello. Hi, guys.
What's up?
Hey, welcome, John Malin.
Hmm.
I'll give you your rightful spot as
okay.
underboss. Here.
Hello.
Welcome. Good to see you.
What are we talking about? The blacks, the Jews, what?
Yes. This is the new Moon Knight, John.
John, happy
lesbians.
Hanukkah.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
It's okay, guys. I know black people and I know Jews. They love me.
How does that make it okay?
I don't know. That's what society says.
Well, we got a short-haired, shaved head black lesbian who has become the new Moon Knight. And
wait, isn't that the chick from Zach's book?
Yes, it is. It's from Pandemic. And it's from every book, every single comic. She's also the very same character was also in the who's the guy from Toy Story? I can't remember the character there. Space guy.
Buzz Lightyear.
Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah.
Buzz Lightyear had this very same character in it. The new Star Wars movie, the new Star Wars TV show, another character like
Obi-Wan.
this. Obi-Wan had a character like this. I don't understand what's going on here. Why are they trying to make this a thing? I've never met this person in my life. I've never met the skinny. I've never met the slim, shaved-headed black lesbian before. And yet they're all over comics and media right now. They're trying to bring this character into reality. That's very strange.
Huh. She's not Candy Cohen, that for shit, sure.
Yeah, like if anybody knows any of these, I'd appreciate you letting me know. I just haven't really met them. Maybe.
Oh, Phantom Harlock says it's Vita.
Oh, it's Vita Ayala? Oh,
yeah.
Kinda, I guess. Let me read some super chats here. Thank you, Drew, by the way. NXRD says, y'all need to watch Mean Girls. It highlights the woman mind in the comic industry. Men are cradocratic. What is this? Cradocratic. I don't know that word.
Cradocratic?
Women are egalitarian.
Huh.
Hold on, let me look it up, and then I can act like I didn't look it up and tell you guys how dumb you are for not knowing Crato.
Yeah, no, seriously, I've never heard that word before. Educate me.
Cradocratic. Cradocratic. Oh, derived Cradocratic translation, rule by the strong.
Strong survive, yeah.
Yeah, I like that. That's true. Gray Fox says PTP House. Okay. NXRD, thanks for $10. That concept of how women play also shows why Harry Potter books work so well. Harry is special for just existing and has to navigate social problems. Boys like him for things he does, his skill. NXRD, I mentioned Harry Potter before. EVS is God and Glenn is the horseman. Okay. Swinging Cod, thanks for $20. Just to remind you, Joe Quesada is patient zero of this disease. His dad dies of cancer. Logan has to stop smoking forever. His marriage ends, so does Peter and Mary Jane.
Oh, shit.
I heap much of the current industry's woes on him.
Wow, did his marriage end? Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that.
Sucks.
Everything happened in that order? Wow.
Wow. His father did die. His father did die of cancer. I actually have all of his father's model planes and tanks. I love his dad. His dad was an awesome guy. And,
he gave them to you? He gave you his...
Joe gave them to me. He's like, I know you would want these. I don't really... Oh, man. I know you're... He gave me a whole bunch. They're all hanging up in my studio. It was a lot. Most of my airplane stuff are all Mr. Quesada's.
Oh, wow. That's really nice. Yeah, Joe's interesting. Like, I like Joe Quesada in some ways. Hello, Robert. Welcome.
Hey, Ethan. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. The Comicsgate to everyone out there. I hope you're all doing well.
Turn your gain down, Robert. Your gain is like... Your gain. Okay, there you go.
Good to see you, Robert.
Very good to see you. Yes. How about a Lenin reenactment for the 43rd anniversary of his death, says Apple Pits. Is that a threat? Dexy's Kessel Runners. Women write characters as themselves, otherwise they feel self-conscious as they're not as good as them. They see other women as competition, so they can't allow them to be superior to them. And here he goes again. Women write men as inferior to women characters because in their real life, they don't have the power over men. By degrading men and being superior, they achieve their own version of a power fantasy. Yeah, like, why not just write characters that are better than strong men? Why do the men have to be pieces of stupid shit? Oh, because they're women. By the way, one of the things that
wait, look at that avatar. Was that you? You as like a mad scientist?
Yeah, like you would think so. Like that's me if I grew out my hair and stuff. I did see that. I was like, is that me?
Blinded me with science.
That's awesome. Oh, I think you got a gun.
Yeah, it's an AI art for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm kicking ass.
AI art is great.
You can do good stuff with AI.
We should do AI self-portraits and just type in everything we want it to be and just see what a mess it would be.
Can they do that? Like, are they? Can you say
somehow they do? Remember, Sheila was doing all those with all of us. They were pretty accurate.
They were getting shit from the internet.
Choke out, and Cecil were like dead on.
Yeah.
So
here's the thing about this: what Dexy's Kessel Runners are saying here. Really, really stupid people don't okay, you can tell when somebody is smart because they think that stupid people are smarter than them. That you assume, you kind of go into, you approach life going, everybody's really smart. I'm probably not as smart as them, so I'd better just give everybody the respect that they might deserve. And then when somebody's stupid, you're actually really surprised by it. You're like, holy shit, that person's stupid. I didn't know that. Actually, stupid people think everyone around them is retarded, and they treat them like that. They start just calling. That's John. John does that. I agree. Why is everyone
retarded?
When you just assume that
prove
everyone
otherwise
around you is like a retard, it's probably because you're the retard. You know, it's like that's just a. So women have to like debase men in order to sort of rise above them. Stupid people have to think everybody else is retarded in order for them, their IQs, to rise above those people. And then, yeah, it's a very frustrating phenomenon. John Branson says, our boy Zach has been great lately. Like the olden days, he has no mercy for the filthy cancelers. Cancel pigs. Ran for Crohn's. I'm blocked by mostly all these people that are freaking out over Cheers Bud. John, have you seen any of that? The Cheers Bud?
I have no idea what Cheers Bud is.
Yeah, what's the context?
So, when Mark Millar interviewed Glenn from the Comic Book Palace, I wrote to Mark Millar and said, "That's great. Thank you for doing that. Wonderful. I'm going to show the video and put it in front of more people because I'm surprised. Like Mark's a big star, but like he doesn't have YouTube reach yet. So when he does a big interview like that, 600 views in a day, and I'm like, I can get it up to 10,000 views. So let me do that. So I did that to him, and he responded with, "Cheers, bud."
Oh, and then that's what set everybody off and turned it into white supremacy. Okay. All right. Yeah.
So we're doing a thing now. Hashtag Cheers, bud. Whenever you see SJWs or lunatics of any stripe complaining about Glenn, complaining about Mark Millar, hashtag Cheers, bud. And I want everybody to do it. And if you can tweet multiple times, Cheers, bud. I mean, flood Twitter with Cheers, bud at these people. It's retarded. It's so stupid.
Cheers, bud.
Cheers, bud. By the way, cheers. I'm not drinking yet. I might. I drank last night, made a fool of myself on the Jack show. So I might have to reprise that.
I only stayed on the Jack show for like an hour and a half, maybe. I was out. I was exhausted. I didn't even know it was Thursday. Like I thought it was Wednesday. And then I got a notification like right as I was going to get ready to go to bed. And because I'd been up all day, and a notification at like, I don't know, 10 o'clock at night. And it's like Jack show. And I was, it showed Cecil. I was like, what?
Cecil?
But I went on there. Yeah, I went on there. I was like, okay, I'll be a trooper. I'll just get on through it. I could not. I turned my camera off. I got up to go walk around for a second because I was falling asleep. And I could not shake.
Are you drawing a lot? Because to me, I'm drawing way more.
I'm getting everything for fulfillment ready. Bagging, boarding, prints, trading.
Are you doing that all by yourself?
All that stuff. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of help, but yeah, I'm getting everything ready. I'm getting books on Tuesday, sir.
Nice.
Mega Storm Tuesday, so I can start shipping those out.
I hope I ordered it. I think I did. I order almost everything that you do, so I think I ordered it.
Yeah, I hope you did. Yeah. Well, I'll send you a copy if you didn't, but
I think I did, John. I don't miss your campaigns. You know that. Plus,
you're not going to want to miss out on that one.
I want to read it. I want to see what your writing is like.
Don't jump to the end. Just read through and get to the end.
That's what I'll do. That,
and then you're going to say, "Oh fuck."
Really?
Yeah.
I subscribe to the Church of Shant, says Plush. This is the OK Boomer or Gen X argument with too much verbal diarrhea, says opinionated news guy. Yeah, I agree. And Ranford Crohn's Three Jokers was the last good mainstream book that I can recall. And guess what? Wasn't written by any of these a-holes. Yeah, Jeff Johns is churning out hits. And by the way, he left and took Ivan Rice, left DC Comics to go work with Jeff Johns at Ghost Station or whatever. His company's called Ghost Station. Huh. Holy cow, man. He's got all the big stars are going with Jeff. Why would they ever work for DC again? Paul Ogg says, tagged you on X with a Mooney cult theme for Greg. I didn't see it. I looked. I couldn't find it. NXRD says, bring back bullying. Lol. You guys really need to rewatch
Fabok went over there, too. I saw him at New York Comic Con.
Who did?
Jason Fabok. Him too. He's like,
oh yeah.
Them. I'm here. I'm all in for this.
Yeah, I'm gonna order everything that they put out, and I'll review it. I'm looking forward to. Those are all my favorite guys, like in mainstream. Vero Frady says, great show, great guest. Cheers, bud. EVS, the deed you requested has been done. Cheers, bud. Says Professor Art. Don't ever stop. It's not just a one-time thing. You need to beat these people into submission with Cheers, bud. You can't just do it tonight. You have to find these rats where they are and just cheers, bud, cheers, bud, cheers, bud, until they shut the fuck up. Plush says, cheers, bud is the new rosebud. Yes. Somebody make the rosebud sled and write cheers, bud instead of rosebud. That one scene from the movie where the sled's on fire, you can see it says rosebud. You just say cheers, bud.
Cheers, bud.
No, it's going to be a alt-right white supremacist dog whistle by the end of the week, and then all these Brits and Scots and Irish
down. You're in real trouble because everybody says cheers, bud.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, Grant Morrison went after Mark.
What now?
I think this is. I'm looking at a tweet that says he still is in Glasgow. Is there any chance of you bumping into him? And I think Morrison said there's a very good chance of running into him. And I hope I'm going 100 miles an hour when it happens.
And no, they have no.
He made a high five.
Yeah. They have a fight. The two of them really dislike each other.
Oh, really? Do they?
Yes. And the reason why is that Grant Morrison. It would be like this. It'd be as if John Malin decided to help Nasser Rabadi. And I'm going to teach, and I'm taking Nasser Rabadi under my wing, right? And then John's teaching Nasser all of his tricks, and Nasser is taking the tricks and learning and improving on what John Malin's teaching him, and then overtaking John. And before you know it, Nasser Rabadi is getting meetings in Hollywood. He sells his entire company to Netflix for $50 million, can get a movie made everywhere. And meanwhile, Grant Morrison has never gotten a movie made, gets kicked out of movies in Hollywood, all of his stuff kind of flops. And Mark's just sitting there like, thanks for the help, Grant. Cool.
I remember in London, and a couple of pros were talking to him for a con, and and they were just like, you give all your best ideas to DC. Why are you doing that? Why save them for you? Why are you giving all your, because they own all this shit.
It's crazy.
To Grant.
Somebody said to him, "Does it bother you, Grant?" And I read this interview that made me laugh. Does it bother you? And it's the only time I've seen Grant blow his cool, like lose his cool. Does it bother you that Mark can basically just walk into any Hollywood meeting and get a movie made like this, and you can't? And Grant actually coped and seethed in response to that question. It was wonderful.
Is it a written interview?
It's a written interview, yeah, and it goes on. Look up Grant Morrison and Mark Millar. I think it was on Bleeding Cool. You'll probably be able to find it. You follow that. I don't think Mark dislikes Grant. I think it's the other way around. Little jealousy there. Are they replacing Mark Spector as Moon Knight because he is Jewish? I'll bet they replace him with a Muslim, says Porcon. Well, it's possible, yeah. Randy Siplin, thanks for joining the channel. Again, I appreciate you. And Neon Knight Rider says, I always wondered how much those truth ads paid. What truth ads? I don't know what that is. What is this? EVS basically taunted the cancelers beforehand by saying that Mark can't talk to him without being canceled. I did say that 2 days ago. People were like, why don't you go on Mark's show or have Mark on this show? I said I'd never do that to him. Ever. Mark doesn't give a shit. He's cancel proof, but...
Well, what's awesome about Mark, though, is, he's never had to have that urge to announce that he's not CG, right? He just stays neutral, is respectful to everybody. That's awesome because, every once in a while you see that where they have to make that announcement. And it's like, well, why? I mean, it makes zero sense.
It's the great thing about him not being hyper political in everything that he does, and also having a spine to not disavow people. When you come after somebody like that, it makes you look terrible. And it's the same thing with the comic shop owner. These two people together, I think Mark really recognized, unlike what we saw with the Heather Antos video, these are his people. He really loves comics. And people saw him standing up for the kind of person who actually gets bullied. Not the mean girl, but the guy who owns the comic shop and really cares about this shit. And I think they couldn't have picked a worse target if they tried.
I agree. I think that, when it comes to Mark, he doesn't give a monkey's fucking rat's ass about any of this, really.
That's the thing.
He doesn't want to go into it and become like Darth Vader, giving them, because he doesn't want to be a target. I think Mark sees himself as kind of a centrist kind of dad figure. I'm a dad to the comic book industry, so he wants to sort of be like, look, listen, and he doesn't want to be insulting or anything like that. I just think that, his attitude about this is like, look, I'm going to present to you guys retailers who are non-political, but they're sitting there, they're all saying they're having a tough time, and so you should listen to that. If these people were smart, they would just listen to the retailers. It's not a matter of politics. It's not a matter of the culture war with them. It's just a matter of the bottom line. And so, I think you know, like me and John and like, you know, you guys, I don't want to say Billy, but we're like the guys going over the wall into enemy territory. We're the guys fighting. Like, I'm happy to be Darth Vader. I think it's great. You know, it's like, I don't really give a shit. But I think like there's still like a sensible majority out there that's really baffled by all of this. You see these people who are supposed to be selling comics to just regular people, and they're flipping out over non-issues. It becomes pretty clear that the culture war is a real thing. And then somebody like Glenn comes out who couldn't be less political. It's like a real turning point.
Well, the other thing too is, you know, Mark and Glenn clearly want to sell their products to everybody.
Of course.
Right? Unlike Gail and other people where they literally have stated, right, don't buy my books. And there are people that probably literally would not want CG people to buy their books. And that's absolutely insane. You should want everyone to buy your book, whether it's for influential purposes or just financial purposes. It's beyond stupid to not want anyone to buy your book. Even if it's your biggest hater, you should want them to buy your book.
Yeah, I agree. The whole thing is silly. And, you know, we're sitting there fighting with people who are like, they're literally on their phones at like McDonald's using the free Wi-Fi. Like, these are not real. These are like the lowest of the low. These are losers. And we have to remember that. So, I mean, just hit them. They hate the phrase cancel pig. Social justice warrior, unfortunately, is like a badge of honor. Every one of those 3 words is cool. Social justice warrior is cool. Cancel pig. It's like, it's so much better. And so, you know, forever we'll be in debt to Mark.
Love it, dude. I fucking love it. How can you not? Cancel pig.
That's what they are. Cancel pig. Yeah.
Not Mark Millar. Like,
that's the next hashtag after cheers, but cancel pig.
Yeah.
Well, that retailer nailed it, though. I have to say, was he from New England? I caught a little Boston accent there. Yeah. You could tell he's just being very sincere about what the comic books are, and what they were and what they are now is not what fans are expecting. It's not what he's expecting as a retailer. And he's basically saying, I can't sell this shit.
That's it. I can't sell this shit is all it is. You know, let's make a better product that people can sell, you know.
Yeah. And what's cool is from what I've heard, he's actually been speaking out for some time, right? A lot of these shop owners, they've been quiet out of fear, right? Because they don't want to get dogpiled, because that's the bullying mentality we talked about that's all over the internet. But this guy's actually been a warrior for some time now, and you know, thank God for Mark and others, you know, that are sharing his video. It's finally getting out in the limelight. So it could have a domino effect where more and more speak out. And I think Mark made a tweet today where he said next week he's going to interview 3 of the largest like retail or LCS owners, and do the same exact, you know, style interview. So that's exactly what's needed.
I have to say, from an outsider's perspective, that video was dynamite. Like, I don't know if your numbers are going up on YouTube since then, but I wouldn't be surprised if they are.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Let's watch a little more Zach.
Craven, coward, and bully. Like, I could do a whole video just on all the stupid shit about this. Comics, when I got into comics, was mainly superheroes, but I was also reading American translations of Akira, which were published by Marvel. Appleseed. I was reading all sorts of indie. I was reading anything I could get my hands on. And I have rarely run into a fan of my era who's like, I only read Avengers and characters who were in the Avengers. Well, back when we started, Avengers was like a nothing book. So this idea that we only ate one brand of dog chow. No, it's the opposite. For the last 5 years, there has been only one brand of dog chow. It's, hey, are you an autistic lesbian? We've got 600 comics a month for you. Oh, you're not? What? You don't belong to 0.0020? I guess that would just be 2. 0.002 of the population? That's weird.
I knew that. I didn't want to call him retarded.
I'm pretty sure most people fall into that incredibly small segment of an already single-digit segment of the population.
Yeah.
1988. April 1988. I discover comics that aren't just G.I. Joe or Transformers. I start going to comic book stores, and I'm seeing The Last American. Actually, I might be messing up the timeline. Was it The Last American? No, it wasn't The Last American. It was the other one that's kind of like Judge Dredd. Martial Law. Martial Law was basically a British comic. I was seeing all sorts of Love and Rockets, all sorts of stuff. There wasn't one brand of dog chow. There were many. Now there's one. Now
Autistic lesbian.
Autistic lesbians and their spineless cis white male pets, essentially. That's it. So that was asinine. The asininth level of hell. So then we get this shit where he has this like a weird okay, yeah, this is the one. So they branch, so this is just like one more. So he goes, here's an easy fix, guys. Take all the comics that you hate, all this newfangled woke shit, right off your shelves. Fill them with the creators who are still doing what you think comics should be. EVS et al. Sit back as the crowds swarm and draft your told you so. We'll wait. Then, since his peers started attacking him for promoting EVS, he had to put this. For the second time in a week, I'm compelled to quietly mention that the above resounds with the fairest clang of irony.
Oh my god.
That's literally Warren Ellis's writing voice. The fairest clang of irony. Note the last line. Anyone else notice this place has become annoyingly literal since the Exodus began? Funny that.
Funny that. Oh, he's British though.
I'm gonna skip over because this shows more of it. Here's Heidi McDonald, corrupt journalist. The funniest thing about all this is that Seagate comics don't even go through the direct market. All these great comics that would save comics are sold direct via crowdfunding. They aren't doing a penny to help the DM. Then this weak man who knows that isn't true just goes, haha, amazing. And then
that's because you guys sat back. You sat
like,
fucking
I'm surprised
back
more people
while we were doing Jawbreakers, and you let fucking Mark goddamn Wade stick his big nose in our business, and everybody went to cancel fucking Jawbreakers from being in the stores.
Right.
You fucks.
Yeah, Tom Tuttle had a great response to that. Do we have to ask Mark Wade's permission or something like that?
Mm-hmm. What was it? What did he say?
I'll find it.
Okay. And anyway, you're exactly right. Like we tried to go in stores, we wanted to, and the thing about it is that this is gaslighting. It's like you didn't put yourself where we could hurt you, and the reason why we're not in stores really is because we didn't want to put ourselves where they had power over us. If they could, get retailers together to all decide to publicly not, purchase our books, then they'd, be able to have power over us in some way. That's kind of what I've been trying to avoid. I've been kind of doing this, pulling the football away from them all the time and making it so that they can't really hurt us. But I mean, otherwise we would. I would go in comic stores, I guess. I would take an enormous financial loss in order to reach more people, I suppose. I think I still will eventually, but...
Yeah, here's so Tom Tuttle actually did respond to that to Heidi directly, and Tom Tuttle said, "Will Mark Wade let us?"
Yeah. Seriously,
that is
that's
great.
That's a direct correlation.
That was unforgivable.
Yeah.
Unforgivable.
It is craziness. All right, here we go.
Pointed this out. Fuck you, bitch. I tried to put out a book where superheroes save a giant monkey and the whole mainstream cancel pig culture united to prevent that. 2 years later, Dynamite
Cancel
wanted
pig.
to put out a Cecil variant cover. Again, you bullies lost your shit. And this continues to 2 days ago when Mark Millar said hi to Ethan and you lost your fucking minds. I'm not going to stores that are closing down and forcing them to spout the party line like you are, Heidi. I am not waddling my roly-poly ass around conventions going up to people and saying, are you CG? I heard you're CG. Well, that's what's going around. Oh, that guy's CG. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. Bitch, what grade are you in? You are in your 60s, going around causing problems. I have donated $1,000 to a comic book store during the pandemic when they were having huge problems. We still talk. You know what he says? I'm still having problems because I can't sell the mainstream shit, which is what brings people to the store. They're not going to the store. And when I see my customers that I used to see every week, that I now see every 2 or 3 months, and they go through the shelves and they can't find anything they want. This little pissant, this bitch, Simon Spurrier, who participated in a lynch mob against his own mentor. You all have completely freaked out anytime any company has had any connection to any mainstream company. These companies going out of business, publishers. Can you imagine the financial windfall they would have if they signed a deal with Ripa to distribute his books into stores? Or anyone else? You all have prevented money going to stores for years. For years. And then when they go out of business, you visit them in person and force them to repeat the party line that put them out of business.
Damn, dude.
Jeez. Now, that being said, 32 minutes before I started this video, because I was even asking, I was like, did anyone apologize to Glenn? Anyone? The people who attacked him, the people who sat idly by, did anyone apologize?
Come on in here, Liam.
And someone who is on Twitter a lot said, no, none of them have apologized. So I do not know why he why he put this entire tweet in parentheses. But just 30 minutes ago, he said, by the way, just because I happen to believe more choice is the path to strengthening the comic book medium doesn't mean I think it's okay to abuse that retailer who made the video. Agree or disagree? Who disagrees with the idea that characters should not just be vessels for the politics and opinions of the writers? You actually disagree with that? Agree or disagree? The man believes what he says. He deserves to be treated seriously. So what I think is happening is there's a little battle going on with SJW canceled pigs, where some of them are very happy to have the mask off. I mean, this thing that Heidi McDonald did, it is unconscionable. You know we have attempted to go through the mainstream. You know that you and your peers have thwarted it or attempted to thwart it every single time. I'm fine without the direct market. I only get 5% profit margin from the direct market. I get 60% or more from crowdfunding. The stores were hurt because, and this is why he does these things where he's like, EBS. They thought they were going to be able to destroy us. It's 5 years later, and everyone who was doing fine is still doing fine. Meanwhile, their peers are becoming homeless, having their teeth fall out of their jaw. They have between $1 and $9 in the bank. There is, for the first time, only one brand of dog chow. Autistic lesbian blend. That's it. Jesus. Comics is no longer where everybody knows your name. It is now the mainstream where everybody votes the same.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
And you all created this. And now you're trying to, well, it looks like half of them are trying to be like, rah, rah, things have never been better. Okay. Name the classic storyline, one-shot, miniseries from the last 5 years that remains beloved. I would have said Sean Gordon Murphy's Batman White Knight, but his 2 sequels really kind of made it look like the first one was a fluke and he can't repeat that. Besides some good Millar World miniseries, what has there been in the last 5 years? What would you recommend? What is going to be read in 20 years?
Black
'Cause
Riding
I still read Cosmic Odyssey.
Yes, Black Riding
And
Hood.
it wasn't even considered that great when it came out. I still read it every few years. I listen to hour-long reviews of it for fun. Who's going to be doing that for the SJW Cancel Pig era of comics? And you had an incredible groundswell of support for indie creators who mostly use crowdfunding, and there should have been a path to citizenship. And you have shut down every attempt to go mainstream. You have made it miserable and not worth it the few times it did happen. I mean, seriously, a Cecil variant cover made you all lose your mind. Heidi MacDonald punished Dynamite by stopping all coverage of them for an entire year. She just pretended Dynamite didn't exist, like she pretends Indiegogo doesn't exist. Bleeding Cool for 2 years after what they dubbed Comicsgate Gate. Every single article about Dynamite had a hyperlink at the bottom about that so-called controversy. Cecil, I have this thing. I don't like to call men harmless because it sounds like I'm calling them pussies. Cecil has the ability to harm people. He just chooses not to. So he's not harmless, he's unharming. So Cecil, the most unharming person you will ever meet. I don't even remember, what was the variant going to be for? Oh God, they fucking lost their minds. 2 years of punishment to the publisher for a single variant cover from a guy who adopts a comedy persona on YouTube live streams. And then this fucking bitch is like, they don't even go through the direct market. I'm surprised more people haven't pointed I'm surprised more people haven't pointed this out. Well, few people are as comfortable looking like complete cunts as you, Heidi. Flat out, Heidi's journalist, reporter credentials should be revoked. She should be banned from conventions for bullying. Walking around in your 60s. Ooh, hey, so people are saying you're CG. You're not CG, right? Ooh, you're not CG. Oh, you're not? Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, people are saying it, but like, oh, did you know that person's CG? Grow the fuck up.
Women.
The only people who have harmed the mainstream are people like you, Heidi, and weak men like Cy Spurrier. How are you in your 40s and you never developed your own voice as a writer? By the way, that freaking X-Men Blue, it was supposed to be like Cy, like, look how progressive and LGBTQ ally I am. He took Mystique from being just a cold-hearted assassin and turned her into the most awful person in the Marvel 616. Like, every correction he made just made her a worse person than before. Like, just horrible, a horrible person. But you're supposed to say, like, oh, she's gay and she had tragedy. She murdered her husband because I think he had like a candlestick. She was in zero danger. And the way she killed him, it was not like, oh shit, he's coming at me. Like, she executed him. Just sliced his throat, completely in control. She could have parried. She could have avoided it. She could have done a million things. No, she just wanted to execute him. Let's not even get into all the other retcons to make her look relatable that made her look like the most awful person in comics. Mystique can't be the most awful person in comics. Heidi MacDonald already has that title.
Oof.
Come on. Anyway, before I go, First Kill graphic novel.
Back First Kill. Listen, Zach is fucking back, man.
Bam. Fucking bam. Indeed.
Talk about dynamite.
Yeah.
That was
great,
man.
That was great. I was thinking while he was reading, I'm like, man, that should be like he clipped, put into an article, and sent out everywhere in this industry.
Well, yeah, I gotta say, there's a new website that's being run by John Delarose, and it's called Fandom. What's it called again? Does anybody know?
Fandom Pulse.
Fandom Pulse, and hopefully we can take that website and make it, as good as that. I think, articles should be written from videos like that. I gotta say, welcome, Liam Gray. Great to have you here.
Hello. Did they really call it Comics Gate? Are they really that creatively bankrupt? Like, is that like really?
Well, I mean, look, now, we've progressed beyond, we're now a secondary scandal within ourselves. I think that's pretty progressive of us.
I thought it was like CG8, and it was like a fat joke,
Well, it could be that, too. Boy, yeah. I gotta say, I'm loving it. Again, these people, they're just like, well, you love the culture war. I do. I absolutely love it. I love these people showing us who they are. For a while, they quieted down, and everybody said the culture war doesn't exist, or it's in your imagination. No. These people are actively still behaving the same way that they always did. They're just doing it. They're just behaving themselves a little bit more, making it a little less obvious. Mask off. Over nothing. Over nothing. You could ignore, Mark Millar just saying, cheers, bud, to me. Just ignore that shit. Glenn, talking about comics. Glenn's just a retailer talking about what's wrong with comics, and it's spreading. Just ignore it. You should just be able to ignore it. No. They all became fucking vampires and started shrieking like lunatics over it. It's great.
That's the worst I've seen a sort of SJW reaction response. And I couldn't believe how they flipped the shit over Millar just being civil to you, right?
It wasn't friendly. It was just
it was just courtesy.
He treated Ethan like a human being.
I know.
Weird.
And to insert yourself into someone else's fucking conversation and to try and shame them like that, it was just ugly. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, seriously, what's going on? Like, these people are ill.
It's beginning to look a lot like Comicsgate. I fucking love it, dude. This feels like 2017, 2018. It's so much fun.
They cannot.
Do you think because we're getting close to Christmas? Sorry, Rob. Yeah, maybe you think these people, they don't have good families or good relationships with their families. They're not happy, so they're out there getting angry at comic book pros.
Well, it feels like 2017, except now people are listening to Comicsgate. They're like, oh yeah, maybe we should have said something back in 2017. Maybe we should have listened to these guys instead of fucking branding everybody as Nazi white supremacists. Like, that just went like wildfire through the fucking industry, and everyone just and nothing to see here. And now we get Mark Millar out there, and I think even Rob did a little nod to Mark Millar. And
Rob Liefeld did?
Yeah, I believe he did.
Can you pull that up? I'd love to see what he did. 30th Anniversary Original Art Edition by Billy Tucci. Here we go, folks.
Thanks, all.
You gotta back this. This is incredible. Cheers. I feel like drinking tonight, but I don't know. It feels like one of those shows.
Hello, everyone. She Creator Billy Tucci here, and I am so proud to announce our latest Indiegogo campaign, the She #1 30th Anniversary Original Art Edition. The groundbreaking masterwork that literally changed the face of comics and launched the Bad Girl Revolution returns in this premium formatted 112-page hardcover edition featuring the never-before-published original artwork from the book that started it all, 1994's She, Way of the Warrior #1. The
John
She
Mailer
#1
was just
original
4
art
years
edition
old.
is literally a project that is 30 years in the making, with every single original
Wasn't
art
even
page,
born.
penciled
Wasn't even
inks,
born.
hand-painted colors, and letters, all rescanned and digitally remastered back to their original glory. And to celebrate 30 wonderful years, we are also offering lots of other She-related items, including prints, apparel, commissions, coins, and special editions, including the never-before-seen She, Way of the Warrior #1 ash can, featuring my 32 original penciled pages. And the best part, all 112 pages are complete and ready for press and a quick fulfillment. We just need your help to fund it.
That's a little white
Thank
lie.
you for an amazing 30 years. We are forever appreciative of your amazing
Great.
support, your faith, and together we are all She Strong. Thanks a lot.
Love it.
He's like
Everybody,
the Better Business Bureau
Yeah,
for
we got-
Billy.
we have,
He's
we got
like,
a few more
that
things to do."
guy's lying. I'm like, what the hell are you doing, Billy?
Dude, those coins are cool. Those coins are cool. How many have different, like, is each one, I saw some, like, are each different or?
Yeah, well, we have coins from the past campaigns, and I think we're going to actually pop them up. We have a new coin for the 30th anniversary. Liam Gray, 30 freaking years.
I know. That's it. I don't know
Yeah,
what's going on, but the last 10 years just went like that. Like,
Yeah,
it's insane.
And thank you, Ethan. Thank you, John. Got me in touch with Todd over St. Clair.
Mhm.
So we're doing our first ever She ball cap and
Oh,
t-shirt.
wonderful.
He is awesome to work with.
Yeah, he really is great,
We're
and they
really
do good
happy with
product.
that with them. I love that. I want a She cap. Oh, it's a Tucci Trooper cap.
Oh yeah, there you go.
So I
Okay,
can't
so
wait to
there's
wear that bad boy.
the shirt, and it's the shirt that has like your branding on like the inside.
Yes.
I love all that.
Yeah,
they're
we opted
very
for
good.
the high end shirt.
Did you? Oh, these are expensive.
Yeah, because he said, there's various levels, and Debbie's like, we got that kind of cash, so.
Yes.
Look at
the
her.
ball cap
Wow,
looks
big
good.
spender.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Amazing.
so
All
that's
right,
it.
so
Coins. We got a bunch of stuff. This is the story of She. It is my adventure, the journey to make my first comic book. It's got the original book, all 32 pages of the original hand-painted comic, completely digitally remastered. And then after that, like I've showed this before in the Kings and all, and post-Kangs, and it's I have all the original black and white art, all the inks, and all the inks will be there, and then all the original pages, the original colored pages, all it's all never before seen art. And there's a lot of narrative going on, and I tell the story in the various steps and where we were, and it's a piece of she how do I say that, John? Shistery.
Shistery. It's a piece of shistery. Just be careful.
Wants to make it female. Is it shistery? Yeah. So I'm really excited. Debbie's really excited. Thank you all for backing. We just launched last week. Thank you guys. And 31 days left, man. So let's rock and roll. Thank you.
John Malin, this is our campaign here, but it's yours. So you're the guy who's running it. CG triple threat variants.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody. We these are reprints of Volume 1 of Godlike. It'll be Volume 1 of Blood Honey and Volume 1 of Inglorious Rex. So these are convention specials. If you can't get out to the shows next year, grab one right now from us. You get all these beautiful logos on it. But there's also a Virgin variant right below this. If you just want the artwork. So you can get all three of these with no titles, no logos on there. Clean, beautiful artwork. Colors by Kyle Ritter. First time Ethan, myself, and Shane Davis, and I put him last, have worked together.
Who was the easiest one to work with, John, and who was the most difficult?
Oh, Ethan, by far, yeah.
Yeah.
The easiest or the worst?
Yeah, no, I've said enough. No, yeah.
I left it hanging.
Yeah.
I try to be easy to work with, just want to do a good job and get stuff done.
So Niall, my partner on the Pop XP, he's been talking to someone, and there is a chance that me and Niall might be at C2E2. So if we're going,
oh no shit!
Oh
yeah.
great, yeah.
So we'll see. He's like, I got this, and they want they want you to go, and I'm like, I said, well, shit, John and Shane and Ethan's going. I'm don't threaten me with a good time.
Yeah.
So
Hell
I'll let
yeah,
you know.
that'd be awesome, Billy.
Yeah. I'll let you know for sure.
Now
I
we
kind
gotta
of be
do
like more
is
of a
get-
guest mode, just chilling out. So I might be just sitting at your booth and just hanging out and asking you questions.
Oh my God,
Hell
yeah.
Billy will get you signing time. We'll do the whole shebang if you want.
Do a
man.
signing time.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'll meet you at the
Uh,
bar.
Liam Gray's Dino King, Edge of Extinction, live right now. Liam,
Yeah,
talk
well, I've
about
got a
Dino
backer
King.
too.
Oh,
Well,
cool.
Donna King is a story about a young amnesian boy. I mean, he's a young teenager, who's discovered in the woods by a couple of children and brought home. But his past comes home with him, and it is a mess. And then they have to deal with the fallout of that. It's a story about man or monster, nature versus nurture. And what it means to be human, what it means to have a family. So.
Fantastic.
Wait,
The art
hold
looks
on.
great.
Is he eating the genitals of that deer?
He's not eating the deer. He's eating its heart, man. He's eating its heart.
Okay. All right. All right. Huh.
Back Dino King. The art looks great. The story is
Thank you.
looks like fun, and obviously.
If you ever want to do the mail-in cut of that, you know what I mean? Like, it's gonna be the D.
That's a possibility too. Dino King, Edge of Extinction, and then I've got I got a bunch of them, but tonight let's do Cyberfrog Monday. Cyberfrog Monday's still live. We shipped out everything already, so if you haven't backed Cyberfrog Monday yet and you want to get in there, get a copy of Fearsome. I got a couple more pages. Oh wow, we're at 37,000. I got a couple more pages from David Williams tonight, and they're absolutely beautiful. We're almost done. I think we got 9 pages in. We've almost got enough pages to go ahead and make the preview book. So it's going to be fun. He's saving all of his sketches, all of his layouts, so get a copy of Fearsome. But also, of course, all of the Cyberfrog stuff is available here as well. Where is it? Why is the thing like this right now? Where are the perks? Oh, right down here. Anyway, go check out the perks. Choose a perk, and then the thing about this campaign is that the add-ons are all discounted, and there's no additional shipping, and there's really cool stuff in the add-ons section. Choose anything here. You'll pay a shipping price, and then go and add on to your heart's content. We will get all this stuff out to you. We can probably still get it to you in time for Christmas if these are gifts. So we've got action figures, we've got books, we've got everything here. With a mind towards getting it to you in time for the holidays. We'll be printing Fearsome pretty soon. It's scheduled to go out in March, but David is just kicking ass, so maybe it'll go sooner than that.
That's really good to hear. I'm excited for Fearsome. Honestly, I am. I think it's when you first talked about it, I thought, oh, it sounds all right. But when I saw this, I want to back this. This is really good. Like it's better than I thought it was on your initial pitch back in 2018 or whatever it was, Like this just kicks ass. And I like that we're getting regular updates and everything for it. And it's like, yeah, I didn't even know it was out yet. It just sort of boom, now it's here, and you're telling me it's going to be printed in March. That's awesome. That's really cool.
The preview book's going to be printed in March. Now we're going to do. I'm doing this a little bit different. I'm going to do regular size comics, but you're going to be able to get 2 of them at a time. So So you'll get issues 1 and 2 on the first campaign. You can either back one or you can back both of them. So that way you can sample it or just go all in and get the whole first 2 issues. I think the way David's moving right now, we'll be.
Wait, what if you don't want issue 1, but you want to get issue 2?
You can do that too. That would be really weird, but feel free. Well, no, maybe somebody buys issue 1 and then they go, wait a second, I changed my mind. I want to get 2 as well. So there'll be an option to later on add issue 2 if you'd like to. That's a serious concern.
Ethan, real quick, I'm not familiar with Fearsome. What is Fearsome about?
See this guy right here? His name is Eli Crown. He's a narcoleptic and the son of the wealthiest man in a suburban neighborhood called Wakefield. And his father is on hospice, not expected to wake up from a coma. He is the only relative of his father, a living relative. Hasn't seen him since he was 5 years old. But he's contacted and told to take over his father's home, manage his estate, while he's dying. He's a narcoleptic, Eli is, and he walks in his sleep. So he's finding that this time when he falls asleep, he starts seeing weird visions, an upside-down version of the community where everybody's super friendly to him. But he's seeing these strange, blackened, ghostly shapes that are actually coded messages revealing the locations of murdered children who've been buried around town. You know, the fearsome entity that you can see attached to his head, that's his soul, that's his ghost, that leaves his body in sleep form and enters a place called the Land of Nod, which is kind of like a kind of in-betweener place between the world and heaven or hell. And it is where these children are being held. The souls of these children are being held. He must free these children from their captors.
Land of Nod is in between heaven and hell.
Yeah. No, it's in between the real world, the waking world, and heaven or hell. It's a kingdom. It's a very strange place where before judgment happens, you can go there when you leave your body. If you're able to astrally project yourself from your body, that's your soul, and you can enter the Land of Nod. So that's what that whole place is.
And he lives in a town called Wakefield, which could mean awake or also viewing the dead.
That's correct. See?
Yeah, see, that's cool. Like I said, this is awesome.
So he's anyway,
you're all retarded. You're all.
So Eli starts to notice like all of these. He starts to uncover all of these murder victims, and the weird thing is that like it's starting to look a little bit like he's the killer. So he's a kindergarten teacher. His students, some of them start to go missing, and it's it's a fucking disaster. Anyway, that's Fearsome. The first 2 issues are going to be available. We're going to start the campaign, I think, around February. December is the worst time to run a crowdfunding campaign. January is even worse than that.
I know.
But February, people are starting to recover from the holidays, so I think that's a good time to run a big campaign. So anyway, that's Fearsome. You can get the preview book, which is going to contain exclusive artwork in it. Just get that preview book. It'll be a nice collectible, and we're going to keep it print to order. Understand, we've only sold 500 copies so far. If we end this campaign, we're printing 510 copies. Yeah. We're keeping it as tight as we did with the mail-in cut. Tighter than that. I'm not even going to make any for myself, except for maybe 10 copies for my shelf. We're going to make. We believe in making these comic books, these special projects, collectible. So if you get one, get more than one. Get 2 copies, because people who miss out are going to be looking for it, and you're going to be the guy who has it. All right, so there you go. All right, so listen, there's a little something going on right now. Again, in case you guys are just joining us, we are at war right now with the with the same people that Comicsgate kind of started to oppose. I think they're like extra active. They're acting a little nutty right now. People are really starting to notice them a lot more than they used to. By the way, I want to see what John Malin has here. This is Rob Liefeld?
Yeah, that was the where he was supporting what Millar was doing. Because I saw this as basically Millar being Zach in 2017. And there was no way that you would have gotten Rob Liefeld to be like, yeah, this is a good position to support. And now Millar basically has a Zach position. And Rob's out there being like, yeah, this dude's good. 30 years. That's Comicsgate. Going mainstream.
Wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, we're at war against the cancel pigs. This is really good.
Pigs, I fucking love
that. I agree, Tucci. I think that cancel pigs that's what we should have been calling them the whole time. Like that's great. That's great.
Branding matters.
Comic Book Pros. This is from Bounding Into Comics, which, by the way, is under new management now.
Oh.
Yeah, I wonder. I'm hoping that it's good. I'm hoping this is a good thing. I miss John F. Trent though. I don't know if he's going to continue to write for this website, but like he was getting aggressive. Like, he called the Green Lantern book sodomy filled. I mean, it's like, you know, it's like that is something else. Like, we really do I kind of appreciate that, but the new management, I think, wanted him to tone down his titles, and I don't think he wants to do it. So it was his website, you know, he started it. He should be able to say sodomy if he wants.
Why does that read so? Why is that so difficult to read? Is it because of all the caps on the first letters, or?
Yeah, I'm like, the title is Comic Book Pros deny complaints from veteran shop owner regarding abysmal state of the market. Quote, his business is dying because he refuses to change with the times. That would be a Jamal Igle quote, by the way.
But I just wonder how many of them actually are comic book pros. Are they making a living making comics in any shape or form?
Well, you know what I was saying?
I saw a lot of their names, and I'm like, who the hell is that? I haven't seen this guy work in forever.
I bet you it's not JR. Why are they using his?
It sure the hell ain't JR. That's
that guy's making a living.
I'll tell you that.
Wasn't Donnie Cates one of the guys that was talking shit? Or am I
confusing
that with another thing?
Is Donnie writing now?
I don't know.
Yeah, like I think so.
I don't know.
Who said that Donnie Cates was trying to work his way back into comics again? And there was something, like, I don't even know. I'm not aware of what's going on. I thought Donnie Cates' career was pretty much like good as gold. Like, but something tells me that, like, he's got some kind of problem or something like that, and he was removed from comics or disfellowshipped or who knows what.
Ooh, I wonder. Didn't he get divorced? I wonder.
Yes.
I wonder if his wife made friends in the industry, and maybe it's a little bit of that coming. Oh, you left her? Oh.
I wonder.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but
yeah.
Not when you're like
speculating, guys.
Not when you're the talented one that everybody. I mean, is that you think?
Hell hath no fury like a woman's scorn.
Yeah, I'll attest to that, brother.
Yeah, there are rumors of alleged substance abuse problems. Yeah, and then by the way, a year ago, like, I remember him tweeting out something which made me laugh so hard. We shared it on a live stream. He was like, "Right now, I'm toasting in the new year with all of the people who made me the success that I am today." And then somebody goes, "Well, who?" And he goes, "I'm by myself, okay? I did this all by myself." I was like, I lost it, dude. It was the funniest thing. And I guess his wife had just walked out on him. And so he's just like, God. I'm ringing in the new year by myself, and I did all this myself. But he,
this is Dragon chasing Donny Cates we're talking about, right? That's
well, allegedly, Liam. I mean, I don't know, but
well, this is the same guy that on the main Marvel channel, guys, for you at home. This is disgusting. He's at the main Marvel channel, right? And they're interviewing him about his Carnage story that he's doing. Yeah. And they're like, "What do you think is the best Carnage story that you've ever read?" And he unironically looks right at the camera, thinks about it, says, "Mine, this one. This is the best Carnage story ever written." And I thought, you dickhead, all of this lore and history and all of these great writers.
You gotta lie.
Yeah, and it was a terrible story.
That's what I would have said. I don't blame him. Good job, Don.
No, that's what John Malin would say.
If I was writing Venom, I'd say this one. This is the best Venom.
The one that I did.
Yeah, the one I'm doing right now.
That's right.
Look how crazy JR's artwork is becoming. I really like how he's changing in his olden age. Like, look at the shadow on Spider-Man. He's just like, fuck it, obscure the webs, just furious scribbling crosshatch.
Yeah.
And
he doesn't erase.
Yeah,
I love his work.
It's not erased.
Me too. And look at how well he's done the Goblin's face over there as well. Like, he had a sort of lapse in his art for a little bit about 2 or 3 years ago, but he's come back like really strong in the last couple of years. Like, just amazing.
Yeah, I don't know, Liam. He draws 12 plus issues a year. 12 to 14 issues a year he draws.
Yeah.
Think about that shit.
Yeah, no, I love JR. He's amazing.
Yeah.
All right, so let me see here. In the latest instance of fan and retailer complaints concerning the state of the industry falling on deaf, if not unnecessarily combative ears. But enough about Kyle Ritter. A number of comic book professionals, I'm just kidding, have responded to a public plea from a veteran shop owner over the quality of Western Publishers' current output, with not consideration, but rather outright derision and mockery. What is this? Hold on, I gotta look at all the artwork. Is this good? It's not bad, right? Why does he have breasts? He looks like he's got boobies here because of the lighting.
Yeah. Is that artist going after him?
Who was
Big
the
nipples.
artist?
Shane Davis.
Yeah, they
Way to
need
go,
to get
Shane.
in the lead. Like you need an image that matches what you're talking about when you're writing a news article. Usually.
Rich, you really shouldn't trust anything I say. I mean, most of the time I just make stuff up. I know. Let's scream in his face anyway. You gotta be fucking kidding me with this.
They don't. Yeah, who wrote that?
That is the gayest dialogue.
Probably the same people that have been writing the recent Avengers. God, like, yeah, I don't want to get off topic, but the recent Avengers dialogue is bad, dude. It's like reading something but written by Joss Whedon. It's bad.
Let's like scream in their faces. What do you say? Let's go, guys. Let's go, boys. By the way, the lights on Nova's chest really do look like boobies. And I don't know what it is. I would say something. I'd be like, can you please tone down the spectral memories a little bit?
Dinner plates.
Yeah. All right. Star-Lord and Nova. All right, forget about that. The latest round of discourse was first kicked off in December 1st, courtesy of the 42nd and latest episode of the Comic Palace Reborn. By the way, this is our boy Glenn, who is now our cult leader.
Oh, all right.
King O'Leary.
Yeah, Glenn O'Leary, cult leader. Comic Book Palace, literally now. It is a palace. We need to make it a palace. It is the People's Temple of the People's Comic Book Palace in beautiful Michigan. This guy already has a ton of wives.
Massachusetts. Yeah.
What did I say?
Michigan.
Michigan. Oh,
yeah, I was about to say if he's in Michigan, John should go.
I was gonna go visit him. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
he's right here. I'll go check him out.
No. Yeah, he's definitely in Massachusetts. He's like Peter Parker.
Yeah.
I fucking love that accent.
Yeah.
All right, so
Nobody gives a fuck about your life.
It's not like I told him to go suck a cock. You know, it's like
Suck on that cock.
Courtesy of 40-second video. Okay, slice of life YouTube series run by the owner of the eponymous is this eponymous? How do you pronounce it again? I forget. Eponymous. Haverhill, Massachusetts retailer store, Glenn O'Leary, an Irishman, which documents the day-to-day interactions he experiences with customers in the shop. I'm going to start watching this channel. In this episode, among the many individuals who speak to O'Leary is a customer referred to only as Mike, who during his time with the shop owner took the opportunity to lament the fact that Western comic book publishers, particularly Marvel and DC, keep watering their books down. And he says, I don't know if it's watered down or if it's just kind of repeating the same stories in a different show in a different way, said Mike. I get a lot of surprises from the indies. What is this here? There is only a chasm.
Did he say there's only a chasm or there's only chasm? Is this a symbiote called Chasm? No, there's only a chasm. Okay.
Oh, chasm.
That's
This
still
is-
a bit cringe. Like,
Yeah, it's a new spider. How many more spider characters are these people going to make?
I don't know, man. It's getting old. I was all for lots of different Spider-Man, but it just feels redundant at this point. It's like feels like Mexican bootlegs.
Well, the good news is none of them are gay.
There is only
Yes, they are.
a
Yeah,
big gaping hole.
Yeah, no, dude. There's definitely they did a whole thing with a gay Spider-Man of color, gold something or
Yes,
other. Just
I'm being facetious.
Oh.
There's only a glory hole. This is Pat Gleason's artwork, who I like a lot. Pat Gleason.
Yeah.
He's a good guy. Yeah, I think you should come over here too. All right. In turn, the show then cuts to find O'Leary offering Mike even further examples of the industry's wanton mistreatment of the very properties they've been tasked with shepherding, beginning with his declaration that Marvel villain The Hood was a fantastic character, and then they just made him idiotic and ruined a great character. You know, the shop owner continued, the Hood comes out of nowhere. Believe it or not, that idiot Brian K. Vaughan. Brian K. Vaughan's an idiot. I believe came up with him. I love this guy. This guy's based. I'd never heard anyone call Brian K. Vaughan an idiot before, but I like it. The guy from Saga, the guy that can't get a book out on time, right? He used to be a brilliant writer and a worker, but now he's just a lazy chump. Wow. Dude, this guy's...
Holy shit.
I better stay out of this guy's way.
Yeah, he's talking about us, too.
Yeah, no. I told you, new rules. It's over when we say. We took a financial hit tonight. I say we take it right back to these damn Avengers and show them how we really feel about it. To be concluded in New Avengers.
Did he say all that dialogue? Is he actually firing those weapons or just holding on? So
he's firing them.
He's shooting those weapons and he's shooting those guns and saying all that dialogue. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Bang, 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 pew, pew, pew.
Yeah. Who's he screaming over? The sound of those bullets, because that's freaking pretty loud.
It is loud, right? You wouldn't be able to be heard. So they get the Hood going. He's the main part of the Marvel Universe, main part of the villains. O'Leary further detailed, ostensibly referencing Brian Michael Bendis' subsequent use of the villain as a major antagonist for his New Avengers run. That storyline ends. He just kind of disappears. Then he goes after the Infinity Gauntlet gems, gets a couple gems, but he's just an idiotic clown. And then he disappears, and now he shows up once in a while. This guy's like a real comic book fan.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, for sure.
All right, proceeding to pick up a copy of the villain's then recently published appearance as an opponent to the eponymous Spirit of Vengeance in Ghost Rider Annual Volume 3, Number 1, O'Leary then closed out his specific thoughts on the Hood by declaring, so I'm hoping they do him well in this book. Looks like they're going to do him well. You don't say no to the Hood. Now bend over. However, this brief moment of optimism was far from the end of O'Leary's thoughts on the overall topic. Prompted by his own recollection of the Hood's less than respectable publication history, the shop owner then turned to decry how now publishers just make idiotic characters most of the time. They finally got somebody good, and then they stopped using them. I don't know why. Change of the guard, maybe. How do you say guard as a... God. Change of the God, maybe.
Change of the God. The God. Change of the God there.
Then again, maybe a different change of writers. His attention now fully focused on the industry at large, O'Leary then speculated that this overall decline in the industry's quality was due to the fact that writers nowadays, they don't care who or what the character is anymore. Most of these new writers don't have a love of comics like these older writers had. How do you say had? Had.
Wait, no. Like these older writers had. This all said E, like head.
Head. All they care about is how do I put myself in the book?
Boom. Boom. Oh, geez, look at that.
He's wicked smart.
Wow.
You will take the test again. No, I won't. No, period. I, period, won't. Oh my God, dude. Can you imagine what her underpants smell like? I mean, it's so...
Yeah, are those hairy legs and arms, or are those pimples, or are they... What are they?
I bet you her feet stink too.
Oh
like,
my God!
Yeah,
feet, like just and her hair's greasy.
Oh God, she's like a goth chick.
Probably has a dick too.
She probably does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
all goth chicks do.
She's the type of girl that says this pussy's gonna change your life, but it just changes the way your room smells. You know.
Oh.
All right, hold on a second.
Probably a cutter.
Why would I say something like that? That's so fucking awful. All right, hold on a second. To this end, the shop owner declared, no, we don't care what you would do if you were Iron Man. We don't care who you are. You're writing Tony Stark. You're not writing yourself in a book. If that's the case, write your own comic with you in it. No one will read it because nobody cares.
Write your own comic.
Write
your own comic.
Kimberly. I love the accent, man.
I know. Write your own fucking comic. Fucking wicked.
Love my people. Come on now.
Fucking Spider-Man used to be wicked. Now he's a fucking fag. Look at this. Stop writing yourselves in your own comics.
I gotta blow this up a little bit more here. Hold on a second.
So good.
Is it working? Oh yeah, okay, it is. People are growing up loving Peter Parker, loving Miles Morales, loving Captain America, O'Leary added. We don't need you to put your input in. Just write Steve Rogers. Don't write Roger. Oh, you got to do it.
Just
Peter.
write.
Okay, you read it, Billy.
Put your input in it. Just write Steve Rogers. Don't
Keep
write
going.
what would Steve Rogers be if I was Steve Rogers. That's not how it works. Sorry, you do it. I'm sorry.
All right, but that's again how most of these new people write nowadays. That's why most of this stuff is shit because readers don't care about what a given writer would do because we don't care about your life whatsoever. Just write a book, get paid for what you do, get paid for what you're supposed to be doing, and make it a good story. We don't need your opinions. Fucking awesome, dude.
Get back to work.
That's right.
Oh, this is the shed right here. Run. All right, that's J.G. Jones. Initially, O'Leary's take did not garner any widespread attention as of right. I can't stop now. As of writing, the relevant episode of the Comic Palace Reborn sits at only 5,516 views. However, this all changed when a few days after the premiere, the segment in question was clipped and shared to Twitter by user Definitely Not Ty.
Yeah, that's Ty. That's Ty.
He started all this.
Ty, you troublemaker.
This guy is great though. I'm a big fan. I'm a huge fan of his. Mr. O'Leary's now for sure.
Absolutely, me too.
I talk to retailers and we'll go to lunch and stuff, and they say the same thing, but they're just terrified to say it. Why? I don't know.
The dog pile.
Yeah, but this guy's like a brick wall standing out there. There's no fox given with him. He's like the Mackie Mac of fucking comics.
Listen,
he is the Mackie Mac.
People knock it, man. But as a Rhode Islander who's Massachusetts adjacent, it's the most addictive accent. I'm warning you all now. If you start down this road, you won't come back. You'll just be like, "Where the fuck is Dana?" Like it's just gonna be. That's really bad.
It is great, man. All right, so here he is. I like him. Can I listen to him without?
Most of these new writers don't have the love of comics like these older writers had, and all they care about is, how can I put myself in the book? No, we don't care what you would do if you were Iron Man. We don't care who you are. You're writing Tony Stark. You're not writing yourself in a book. If that's the case, write your own comic with you in it. No one will read it because nobody cares. People grew up, growing up loving Peter Parker, loving Miles Morales, loving all these Captain America. We don't need you to put your input in it. Just write Steve Rogers. Don't write Steve Rogers. What would Steve Rogers be if I was Steve Rogers? That's not how it works.
Right.
But that's again how most of these new people write nowadays. That's why most of the stuff is shit. Because we don't care what you would do, because we don't care about your life whatsoever. Just write a book, get paid for what you do, get paid for what you're supposed to be doing, and make it a good story.
Simple. That's it.
Yeah, and the other thing is, man, so many of these guys, they're just going to Wikipedia or reading like one comic book, two comic books. They don't care about the history. They don't care about the lore. Like, they don't care about how they talk or how they frame things. They don't care about any of that. They want to do their own graphic novel with Captain America. They want it to become huge and be adapted to television. That's what most of the writers are doing now. And they should be following the original tried and true. You're growing a branch on a tree. You can be part of a greater legend with this character. They don't care. They just want it to be all about themselves. They don't know who they're writing, so they can't do it correctly.
Yeah,
they can't.
We're kind of at a point where we have to almost stop blaming the writers. And what I mean by that is, who's hiring them? Where's the vetting?
Editorial gets a free pass all the time, man. No one talks about editorial. Yeah,
exactly. That's the problem. Is these writers should be vetted. How well do you know these characters? Right? They should be tested before they take on a project.
Well,
and
they threw out all the series Bibles and stuff back in like the mid to late 90s. They haven't had series Bibles for the characters, at least over at Marvel, in forever.
Yep, and these managers should be able to weed out these ones that don't truly know the characters, they don't know the source material. And this is exactly why we're seeing it in movies too. It's not just the writers of the comics, it's the writers of the films, it's the management of the films hiring these shitty writers that have made it so that we don't have any more great Nolan comic book movies. We don't have the directors and writers that truly care about the characters. So Yeah, the writers suck, but who's hiring them? That's the real problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. People are talking about how editors are really important, and they're not, because these editors these days are just power tripping on their ability to hire and fire people. That's really, the editors these days are they can't even spell April O'Neil correctly. They're too busy enjoying the fact that they get to gatekeep, like they're the ultimate gatekeepers. I don't think they know anything about comics. A lot of these new editors. We really need to bring back guys who are more hands-on in the job, like Eddie Berganza. He was a great editor. Say what you want about Eddie Berganza. He was a great editor. Like, he really knew his shit.
I never worked with Eddie.
I did. First I didn't like him because I was like, this guy's like a metrosexual. But everyone's a metrosexual now in mainstream comics. So I worked with him on Green Lantern, and he was really good. He was good at editorial. Like, he knew his stuff. He recognized good ideas. He offered good ideas.
Talent is talent, man.
Yeah. So what? Like, if he
shouldn't be held down the rest of his life if he's got a skill other than flirting.
No, not just flirting. Like, he's Mr. Steal Your Girl. Like, I mean,
don't steal people's girls. Keep him locked up in his house, but let him edit. Man, edit.
Maybe you're right. All right, so here we go. Comic Pros. When Leary's opinion finally caught the attention of the very industry he was criticizing, its members chose to eschew, showing any semblance of humility or self-reflection in favor of not just insulting the frustrated shop owner, but blaming him for the problems that they themselves have wrought. In a now deleted tweet, former Venom Volume 4 and Thor Volume 6 writer dismissed O'Leary, sarcastically writing, "Don't you guys hate, like, how when you go into a hardware... Like, Donny Cates ever fucking goes into a hardware store. Are you kidding me? If by hardware you mean gay pornography and bondage and discipline gear...
Strap-on store.
Then maybe, yes. Do you guys hate it when you go into a hardware store, how the guy behind the counter always tells you how much hammers suck?
Have you ever been in a fucking...
What does he talk like? Seriously, this is great. Okay, sure, Donnie.
Yeah. Well, you usually a lot of people ask advice. I mean, that's what you get in the hardware store experience. And I worked with this guy when I built bridges. And this guy, he knew everything about every tool, and he would have been the guy at a hardware store telling you why this one sucked. I mean, it was like a comic book fan, but he was like that about tools.
And, the right tool for the right job, man.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Super bright dude. And I mean, I could never get on his level. Everybody called him Turbo. But he was great. He was great. It was just, he was full of information about all these tools, and he would have been the guy to tell you what is the best hammer to use for the job. 100%. He would have been.
And you'll notice the difference too, man. Two hammers will get different results. Like that is a thing.
It's like saying, why have standards? Just stop having standards, guys. Why do you care so much? Why do you care about these things being good or not being good?
Right.
Yeah. You should just sell them. Sell our shit anyway. And this is all right. The creator of Ahoy Comics, The Wrong Earth, Jamal Igle, likewise claimed he's going to be real shocked about how all comics have been written and how writing in general works. His business is dying because he refuses to change with the times.
Oh, bullshit.
Yeah, you can't even get people in the stores for the new stuff.
Yeah.
Jamal, like, your business is dying. Don't you understand that, like, this is the guy that has to sell your stuff? You can't yell at him for not changing with the times. He's not a bellwether about, like, this guy's not a trendsetter. He's just sitting there trying to sell the garbage that you send his way. You make garbage. You guys make garbage. He's got to sell it. That's all it is. Yeah. And when you make stuff that's unsellable, he suffers and he needs to complain. And he is not the problem. The retailers are not the problem here. They couldn't be.
Remember a few years ago how they were doing I think it was DC was doing the retailer conference? You know, where they'd like get together and ask everyone what was going on with retailers, and then COVID happened and that just sort of stopped. Has that started up again, or has that just fallen away now? So these big companies have this divide between them and the retailers right now. Do we know anything about that?
I don't know if there still are retailer conferences. I would assume there are. There would have to be.
It's like, yeah, what's it called?
Yeah, I just don't know if they got them up and going again after COVID. I haven't heard a blip. I haven't heard
I
anything.
don't
This
think
is
they
the first
care
I've
to
heard a
hear.
retailer talking.
Yeah, since the big revolt of 2018 at New York Comic Con, they don't want to hear the retailers' opinions. They have an agenda, and they don't want they don't care what the retailers say, what would sell, and what the retailers want.
What a disaster! What a disaster!
And how do you run a company like that? Hey, good.
Yeah.
You know, I've always viewed them as our competition, and I'm loving kicking the shit out of them right now, to be honest with you.
It is fun.
Really digging it. They are a competition, boys.
Yes.
And like I said, it feels like the 90s and the early 2000s again. It's great.
Philyac says, I simply wouldn't go on camera on social media and say the product I sell is shit. I didn't go to business school or anything, so what do I know?
Nothing. You don't know anything.
Jamal comes back and goes, there's a simple rule in sales. Showing contempt for the product shows contempt for the customer. Don't do it. Sell everything like you love it. No, I think he's showing contempt for you, Jamal. You know, I think the product is being made by you. How does this... Is Jamal...
I don't know.
Hold on a second.
By the way, these tweets should have been at the top of the article and not those great artists.
Yeah. In performing his own write-off Leary's concerns, former Spider-Man franchise editor Tom Brennan asserted, 30-year comic shop owner knows nothing about how comics have always been made. Fixed it for you. Man, these guys are really deluded.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not Ram 5, too.
But how many of them are actually working? That's what I'm curious about. How many of them are actually that, you know, are working for the mainstream, are putting comics in comic shops, that are complaining about this?
Well, Ram 5 is, you know.
Is he?
I mean, yeah, of course.
Oh, okay.
Is his name Ram 5 or Ram V? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyone who describes writing as you get paid to write the stuff we want has not a clue what writing is about. I don't know how many times people need to hear it. It is simply not how art or creativity works. Ram, you're right. But you know what? Like, here's the thing. I pointed out what the real problem is. The real problem is women in comics. And you all flip your shit because you know I'm right. That is the problem. The problem is women don't know how to write comic books for men. And men are the audience. And then some of you are getting little womanly brains because you're around women too much. It's like you all lack fathers. You have fatherless behavior. You lack fathers in your lives, and you're allowing these women to push you around and tell you what's what. And for some reason, you're all behaving like women. You're behaving like bitches. It's weird. We got Ron Mars who says this. It's not a restaurant. You don't get to order what you want off the menu. Well, then what the hell is
What?
the...
Ron,
what is the catalog that the retailers order from?
yeah,
yeah.
Oh,
What's
God.
the whole shopping experience, right? You walk in there to find what you want. And if it's not selling, clearly people don't want it.
Amen, brother. It's hard to go in there. I was going in there back around the Siege era. I'd go into a comic shop with $300 every single fortnight. And I'd walk out, I'd spend maybe $20, and I would buy things that I wasn't wowed with, you know? Like, it sucks when you, like, want to go in and buy stuff, and there's nothing for you to put money down on, you know?
Yeah.
It's the truth. I end up buying things that I don't want. I go into comic shops, and I'm like, I hope to find something that's going to be fun. Like, honestly, Donny Cates' Venom books look like fun to me, and I would buy them. But I end up just going in there and going, all right, I'll buy these books to roast. I don't, you know, I really don't know what exactly it is I'm supposed to be looking for. But I mean, this is so, like, even if I didn't have a problem with these people, like, nothing that they're saying makes any sense or bears any resemblance to reality. Like, it literally is like a restaurant, and he literally does get to order what he wants off the menu because there's a catalog that comes around. And that's a menu that he orders from.
Well, the only problem is there's all the good shit's not on the menu, right? It's your shit, it's John's shit, it's Billy's shit, it's everyone's shit that is in, CG and adjacent, right?
And Liam's shit, yeah.
Yeah.
If it was in his catalog and he had some samplers, I bet you he'd be ordering it. But again, it's not on the menu.
This guy goes, don't you though? You ordered Batman, you expect Batman. I see his point, but when you're browsing shelves of floppies, it may as well be a menu. And Ron says, see, this is that you're not selling to the customers, you're selling to retailers. He says, no, you don't. At a restaurant, you order what you want. Say a steak medium rare with mashed potatoes, and it's made to order. By the way, thanks for at least talking about food instead of hardware. Because I know you guys know food,
Yeah.
It's made to order just for you. A Batman comic or any comics are not made to order just for you. You buy or you don't buy something that's already made. Yes, exactly. But they're used to buying the Batman comic and selling the comic.
Well, he's ignoring, was the steak actually made properly? Is it still moving, or is it so overcooked that nobody wants to touch it?
Yeah. All right. So Mark Millar had him on the show, and it was wonderful. It was a really good interview, and Mark just kind of got him to speak his mind.
Yes, sir.
Jimmy Palmiotti now deleted tweet. It is something I tell newer writers all the time. Read all the history of the character and understand their motivations and why the audience fell in love with them. Help you understand who they are. So if you change anything about them, it's in line with who they are. Why did he have to delete that? That is.
Oh, they came after him big time. They came after a couple of guys.
He got
the mob.
Yeah, why don't we try to get our stuff in comic book stores? Like, I mean, what could possibly go wrong for you creators? I mean, Jesus Christ, they're acting like, oh, why don't you come in so we can beat the shit out of you?
Yeah, I sent you Ethan. I sent you a message on Twitter. That's a proof of concept GIF, just so you know. You might enjoy it. I'm just, I need some art direction every now and again.
Okay, let me
feeling
see.
what it might be.
Did you send it through my messages? Yes, you did.
I think so. I'm old.
This is really, really good. Yeah, but I need you to post it. Will you post
Yeah.
it? So
I know I was going to ask you. Do you want me to reply?
Yeah, post it online because that way I can show it. Otherwise, I have to show my messages. But it's perfect.
No, don't show that. Do you want me to reply to one of your tweets?
No, just
to the Cheers
post
Bud
it and tag me in it. So
okay.
tag everybody in it so they can retweet it. It's really good. Super
right,
chats, Ethan. Okay, I will. Let me read some super chats while this goes on. I always wondered how much those truth ads paid. I know what that means now. Now it's XDM, says Paul Ogg. XDM. Let me see. Neon Knight Rider. Truth about smoking ads during Joe's era at Marvel. Yeah, there were all these like smoking kills you. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't put those two things together. Eric Wimberg says, keep stirring it up, y'all. And wow, look at this panel. G. Doc Swift. Black Lesbian, Moon Knight, Poon Knight, Fister of Khonshu. Oh, shit.
Oh.
Sapien Underground takes a shot at Liam. Liam's lack of self-awareness. Wow, top keck.
What am I lacking awareness of? I don't understand.
I don't either. Cage Superman says, Billy, did you remember that print I showed you on Twitter?
No. Send me it back. Send me again. Like, when did you show me it?
I know. I'm not sure. Like, 200 Watt Studio says, are these triple threat covers the same as convention specials? Yes.
Good question. Good question.
We changed the title. KW, thanks for joining the channel. Appreciate you. Steve Roberts says, I love the spot-on title of Cancel Pigs. Now we just identify who is Napoleon, Snowball, Boxer, and the Squealer. Thanks for $10. NXRD says, a lot of this is editorial, too. The editorial have the idea for the story and pick a stooge to write it.
Mm-hmm.
Like with the movies, you can't tell me Strange. Wait. Like with movies, you can't tell me Strange is a Sam Raimi film.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Hammers do suck, get a nail gun, says a true believer. That's right.
That's a good one.
Thank you for the super chats. Appreciate you guys.
I mean, that's the very reason why Nolan stopped doing superhero films, and he started hinting at, people were trying to tell him to make the film differently in a way he wasn't comfortable with, and he's just like, I'm out.
Yeah. We're gonna win, guys. We are gonna win because
we are winning for shit sure.
We are winning because you know what? Like, these people are filled with hatred. And we are not. We're different than that. We're people who are flying high.
Literally on drugs.
We're
And
flying
meat.
and on meat. We're flying high on meat.
Drug Robitussin.
We're flying high, guys, on the wings of love. All of us. That's right, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight. Comic Artist Pro Secrets. Oh, yeah. Just smile for me and let the day begin. You are the sunshine that lights my heart within. And I'm sure that you're an angel in disguise. Come take my hand and together we will ride on the wings of love, up and above the clouds, the only way to fly is on the wings of love, on the wings of love, only the two of us together flying high, flying high upon the wings of love. That's right, folks, and that's why we're going to win, because we're on the wings of love. You look at me and I begin to melt, just like the snow when a ray of sun is felt.
That's you.
And I'm crazy about you, baby. Can't you see? I'd be so delighted if you would come on me. On the wings of love, up and above the clouds, the only way to fly is on the wings of love, on the wings of love, only the two of us together flying high with John Malin. Wow. Flying high upon the wings of love.
John's blushing now. Look at it.
Beautiful. Yes, you belong to me, and really I'm yours exclusively. And right now we live and breathe each other. Oh, inseparable, it seems.
We could be separated. Yeah.
We're flowing like a stream, running free, traveling on the wings of love.
That like button, guys.
On the wings of love, up and above the clouds, the only way to fly is on the wings of love, on the wings of love, only the two of us together flying high, flying high upon the wings of love, on the wings of love, up and above the clouds, the only way to fly is on the wings of love, on the fins of hate, only the two of us together flying
Masturbate.
flying high upon the wings of love. Thank you, everyone.
An instant classic. An instant classic.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Really good.
Wonderful. What a great thing to get together and talk about these SJWs. Thank you, Chris Stanley, for that super sticker. Appreciate it. We are now switching to the next portion of the show. This is very important. It is the holiday season. Some of you might know. Some of you might not know. It is Christmas time. Oh. And at Christmas time, we like to do a little something together. And it is called this. Are you guys excited? Here we go.
Yeah, what are we watching?
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, everyone. You're not going to believe what I found, but every one of you is going to love it.
Yummy fruity pebbles in.
I remember that commercial.
Remember this?
Oh, here comes you know who. Yabba dabba through delicious dew. Oh, ho, ho, I'm
That's Barney Rubble.
Santa, my pebbles, your pebbles. 'Tis the season to be sharing bread. Happy holidays, pal. Oh, Fred. Fruity and Cocoa Pebble cereals, part of this
Is it too
nutritious
loud?
breakfast.
Okay, I want commentary to be
Around
heard.
here, the early bird gets the Eggo. Gently put in the Eggo as not to arouse
This
any
guy's a
sleeping
creep.
taste buds.
It's not his house.
Delicious aroma from filling their dreams.
What are you doing in my house, pal?
Golden Eggo waffles. Hi, Dad. What's for
No.
breakfast? Oh, nothing. And I can have this? Oh, let go my Eggo. Eggo waffles from Kellogg's. Part of this.
That looks like a dude from
I liked your version better.
Twin Peaks, whatever that show was.
Well, wait a minute. Were those puppets? Were those real people,
No,
or were
those
those
are real
puppets?
people.
It's a
Oh,
happy time for
turn
us,
out.
dear Marlena.
Is it?
Just think.
Yeah, this
This
is a
will be
turn.
the first time the twins are together to celebrate their birthday with all our family.
She means her new
Adora's
boobs.
friends even came from far off Etheria, and they're all helping to decorate.
This is so gay.
I love Monsters of the Universe, man. Say what you will.
Yeah, it gets gayer when She-Ra shows up in her crew.
Yuma, thank you.
For sure.
They're beautiful.
By the way, look, She-Ra when she looked like a woman instead of a little boy.
A little higher, Flutterina. How's this?
What arena?
I
There's
think
that
purple
cut.
would look good up there, Peekaboo. Try it.
Peekaboo.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a celebration. The preparations have been going on for days.
You know, it reminds me of how we used to get ready for Christmas at this time of year.
Christmas? What's that? An Earth holiday?
A
Who's
very
Jesus Christ?
special Earth holiday.
He's like,
Wonder where Adam and Man-at-Arms are.
Did Jesus die for the Masters of the Universe's sins too?
Yeah.
Everyone.
you know who did die? Ryan O'Neal. Dead at 82 today.
Shouldn't
Oh, wow.
we be helping with the
Sucks.
decorations? In a minute. We're almost finished here.
Get your crotch away from my ass.
You know, if it works, this little
Get a little
sky
close.
spy will give us a complete picture of
Orko.
Skeletor's every move.
No.
Interesting. Think I'll take a look.
What could go wrong? What could go wrong?
But how do I get inside?
Orko, you're a 0.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is this an entire cartoon of He-Man?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the Christmas special they made after the series was canceled, I think.
Are you going to be able to show this whole thing? Or?
I don't know. We're gonna find
All
out.
right, Adam.
Oh, you're gonna get
We're in
struck
good
to
shape
show the whole
tomorrow's
thing.
flight.
They'll strike you for sure.
I won't get struck. It'll just interrupt the stream. But we'll let that happen if it happens.
Oh, cool.
Oh, Orko's got one
What
hell of a grip.
Mm-hmm.
What did I do?
Don't let him
Switch
jerk
off the
you off.
I can't. The controls
How does
won't
anybody
work.
not know that Adam is He-Man?
Something tells me.
He's just wearing
that
pants.
vest.
He-Man doesn't wear a shirt.
Yeah, He-Man would never be seen wearing. He-Man would never be seen wearing pants. So you just disassociate. You know?
I can't wait to get to the S'mores Crunch cereal.
S'mores Crunch was so good, dude. You ever have S'mores Crunch cereal?
My mom wouldn't let me.
Oh man, my mom let us get those.
Then it's a perfect time to wave my wand for swirls of chocolatey grahams and
Look at that.
marshmallows galore.
I'm so glad they freed us of all of this
Part
deliciousness.
nutritious breakfast.
Yeah.
Can I have s'more?
Sure, S'mores Crunch cereal. It's s'mores fun for breakfast.
Can you imagine a Christmas without Santa Claus?
What? Now, if Santa stayed home, why, there'd be no Christmas.
Santa's got the blues this year, so Mrs. Claus sets out to bring home some Christmas cheer, if she can find any.
See, it started way back when.
Anymore.
Women taking over men's
And
jobs.
what's worse, two crazy characters are trying to ruin everyone's plans for a white Christmas in the year without a Santa Claus.
Yeah, we gotta maintain our plans for a white Christmas, John.
Always.
The Christmas special now continues.
Whoa.
I'm what you might call a white Christmas supremacist.
No, I hear that.
Like that snow, baby.
Don Heckman and Bob Forward. Yeah. That's what I tell She-Ra, John. I'm like, hey, just bob forward and backwards.
Right.
That ship, what is it?
That's a meteor. A meteor? You better have your eyes checked, you lame brain.
Yeah,
watch
it, motor mouth. Enough, too bad. Get that ship before it escapes, or I'll put both your heads in orbit. It is, sir.
He has the best voice, man. Skeletor has the best voice.
Right.
Oh no, it's the collector and it's chasing me.
What's happening?
The Sky Spy suddenly took off by itself.
Look, Skeletor.
What happened to He-Man's
going after
voice?
The Sky Spy.
Then He-Man's going after Skeletor.
By the
hell?
power
Man,
of
He-Man's
Grayskull.
going
No change.
He just got nakeder. That's all that happened.
Yeah. I've got a feeling my brother may need some help.
He doesn't need any help, bitch.
He's fine.
He saved her entire planet after her whole show in one episode, so I don't know what she's offering.
You're trying to grab more than you can handle.
How are we not struck yet?
I've almost
Amazing.
got it.
You've
Great.
almost got it. I've almost got it.
Oh
It's a Christmas miracle.
Yeah.
You know what? These claws need a manicure.
Fools, what is it? What's happened?
Master, it's He-Man.
Patrick Parnell.
You'll hear us.
My master.
There we are. Claws to paws.
Now you're ready to work for the comic book industry.
Just unapologetically Silver Age. I love it.
A force belt, huh?
Whoa.
Uh-oh, there's
This
too
is some
many of these
Dungeoneer
things.
shit.
Looks like you need a hand, brother.
Sis, just in time, as usual.
Oh no, it's a sis coming.
Let's get a little fresh air in here.
Push her off.
Ready? 1, 2.
I was punching
Yeah,
her.
it looks like it's gonna hit her. Yeah.
Can you back that up? He didn't look like he was gonna nail her, dude.
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
I feel lucky that we're not struck yet. When we are, we are.
Should I try a spell? Why
I'm
not?
holding my breath.
Sky Spy, Sky Spy, skippity skate, take me down to someplace safe.
How did he do that first?
Oh no! Now what did I do?
There it
Oh,
goes.
you got hit.
You've been
You got
hit.
hit.
The Sky
Did we
Spy
get
is
hit?
spinning off
I
into
think
space.
Ah, fuck. We'll keep it going.
They're getting away. What are you doing, Ratlaw?
All right, I'm gonna dip while we're hitting. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Bye,
I'm
John.
the jam too. Thank you, guys. Let's Ethan, have a great night, brother. All right.
All right, you too. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I gotta head out, but Ethan, I just tweeted that at you, so it's
Oh,
there.
you did? Oh, shit. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we knew this was going to happen. It's okay. We'll probably end the stream. It was fun to do anyway.
Fine.
Who knows?
Yeah, you know, I to watch He-Man
Always a
videos.
pleasure, Ethan.
Thank you. When are they going to tell me when I'm back on? Let's see. Guys leave. Ethan ain't coming back. No, I am. I'm coming back, guys.
Cecil wants
Cecil
the link.
wants the link.
No, he doesn't. He just thinks the show's over. He wants to do the
Ethan.
least work possible. Yes.
I don't know if you remember that copy you were going to accidentally send me of Black Riding Hood. But, you know, if you ask, I'm kidding.
Oh, I wish I had one.
No, I know. Dude, I'm so excited about that book, man. I hope.
Did you get it? Did you get one?
I thought I backed it, but it said complete your what does it say? Finish your contribution or whatever.
Yeah.
So I don't think I backed it. Don't worry about it, man. I'm gonna get it next time it comes out.
Okay. Yellow Flash 2 is saying cancel pigs.
Cancel pigs. Yeah, it was Shira. Shira showed up and they took us off air straight away.
What do you mean pigs squealed? There are no pigs that squealed. Hold on a second here. Tell me when we're back. Oh, maybe if I do this instead. I share this tab instead. I will be ready to go. Chad lives on, says worst Viking ever.
All right, take care, guys. Have a great evening.
Bye, Sean.
Thanks so much, Ethan.
Yeah, Sean.
Nice
Thank
meeting
you.
Lovely meeting you, Sean. Have a good one.
All right, take care.
It's not finished. They're saying rest in peace. Are we back? I'm not even left with the chair.
I don't know. Just want to know. I think it was Shane Davis and the Ballers. That's what I think. Stream unavailable. Stream suspended for policy violations. Let's see if it comes back or not. I don't know. I'm watching now.
There should be some sort of notification that they give you where they say, like, you're going to be shut down in like 10 seconds or something, just so that you know. It sucks. Because half the time you don't know if you're going to be hit with a copyright.
Well, we're back now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we are. We're
champion.
All right. We made it.
Hi, guys. We did our best. I don't know. I was going to watch the Liberace Christmas special, but I won't do that to you guys. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being here with us. We hope you have a happy evening. Go watch the Ballers. Tiny Baby Sloth says, encore. Let's start over again and just watch the whole thing again. See if we get away with it. Juice Cannon says, CG for life. We love you guys. Thanks for all of your support. Please do back Dino King, CG Triple Threat, number 130th anniversary, and Cyberfrog Monday. Any of the Cyberfrog campaigns are great. You guys are the best in the world. Best fans. We love you. Burnt Virtue says, by the power of cheers, Bud. He-Man Skyver, the most powerful Bud in the universe. Hail to the Masters CG on the panel. Thanks very much. Guys, with that having been said, we're going to say goodnight to you, and we will see you next time with another video. Take care.
All's my life I has to fight, nigga. All's my life hard times like, bad trips like, Nazareth, I'm fucked up, homie, you fucked up. But if God got us, then we gon' be alright.
Nigga, we gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. Huh? We gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright.
And when I wake up, I recognize you looking at me for the pay cut. But how much I be looking at you from the face down? While Mac 11 even boom with the bass down. Skimming, now let me tell you about my life. Painkillers only put me in the twilight. With pretty pussy and Benjamin is the highlight. I tell my mama I love her, but this what I like. Lord knows, 20 of them in my Chevy. Tell them all to come and get me, reaping everything I sow. So my karma come in heaven, no preliminary hearings on my record. I'm a motherfucking gangster, silence for the record. Tell the world I know it's too late. Boys and girls, I think I've gone great. Trying to decide my faces all day. Won't you please believe when I say, when you know we've been hurt, been down before. Nigga, when our pride was low, looking at the world like, where do we go? Nigga, and we hate poor, when they kill us dead in the street for sure. Nigga, I make the beat just blow. My knees getting weak and my gun might blow, but we gon' be alright.
Nigga, we gon' be alright. Nigga, we we gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. Huh? We gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright.
What you want? You a house, you a car, 40 acres and a mule, a piano and a guitar, anything. See, my name is Lucy, I'm your dog. Motherfucker, you can live at the mall. I can see the evil, I can tell it. I know it's illegal. I don't think about it. I deposit every other zero. Thinking of my partner, put the candy painting on a Rico. Digging in my pocket, ain't a profit big enough to feed you every day. My logic, kill another dollar just to keep you in the presence of your Chico. I don't talk about it, be about it. Every day I sequel. If I got it, then you know you got it. Heaven, I can reach you. Pet dog, my dog, that's all. Sit back and chat, I trap the back for y'all. I rap, I'm black on tracks, so rest assured. My rights, my wrongs, I right till I'm right with God. When you know, we've been nerving down before. Nigga, when our pride was low, looking at the world like, where do we go? Nigga, and we hate for war. When the girl's dead in the street for sure. Nigga, I'm at the preacher's door. My knees getting weak and my gun might blow, but we gon' be alright.